Please take a seat or leave the chambers, please. We're getting ready to get started. Ready to call to order our joint meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the redevelopment agency, Public Finance Authority, the Public Utility Authority, Housing Authority, Paris Joint Powers Authority, and Paris Community Economic Development Corporation of the City of Paris this Tuesday, September 10th, 2024, at 6:34 p.m. Madam Clerk, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Rabb,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Nava,
Present.
Councilmember Corona,
Present.
and Mayor Vargas.
Present, thank you. Item 3 is our invocation, which will be led by Pastor Nolan Turnage from the Grove Community Church. Please stand, remain standing for item 4. Afterwards, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Rabb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and to all the representatives of the departments here tonight. Let's pray. Father, we come before you tonight. We're so grateful and thankful for this opportunity to gather together to discuss and handle the city's business at hand. We pray, Father, for wisdom and knowledge, guidance and direction as those who will come to present and those who will make comments, that wisdom would be present and that we would be able to do what's best for our city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Questions and announcements. 6A is introduction of the 2024-2025 Youth Advisory Committee members. This item will be introduced by our Interim Director of Parks and Community Services, Arsenio Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city staff. Mr. Liu Yang, Recreation Coordinator and Head YC Liaison, will lead this presentation.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff. Good evening, my name is Liu Yang, and I'm a Recreation Coordinator for the Parks and Community Service Department and the lead liaison for the Youth Advisory Committee, YAC. It is my pleasure to stand before you to introduce the new YAC members of 2024-2025. But before the introduction, I would like to give a warm send-off to our 5 seniors who have graduated and thank them for their outstanding service for the Youth Advisory Committee and the community. To start from Orange Vista, we have Victoria Valen. Next, from Paris High School, we have Monica Valdivia. We also have Marissa Mendoza. And we have Yaneli Torres. Lastly, from Newview Bridge High School, we have Julie Salas. These 5 ladies have dedicated monumentous time to bettering our city and making a difference to our community. The City of Paris and the Youth Advisory Committee will miss their leadership and participation. Finally, I want to invite the YAC members of 2024-2025 to introduce themselves for City Council and city staff. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Tai, and I'm currently the senior at Paris High School, and this year I hold the position as president.
Good evening. My name is Shayna De Las Alas. I'm a junior at Orange Vista High School, and I will be the YAC vice president for this school year.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Lopez. I am a junior at Newview Bridge Early College High School, and I will also be vice president for this year.
Good evening. I am Annie Nguyen. I am a senior at Orange Vista High School, and I will be one of your treasurers for this upcoming YAC year.
Good evening. My name is Amy Reynoso. I'm a junior at Orange Vista High School, and I am one of YAC secretaries.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Vega. I'm a senior at Orange Vista High School, and I'm also one of YAC secretaries.
Hi, my name is Jason Gephardt. I'm a senior at Orange Vista High School, and I will be the historian.
Hello, my name is Omar Belmonte. I'm a senior at Orange Vista High School, and I'll be a representative for this year's YC.
Hello, my name is Bridel Barraza. I am a 12th grader in Orange Vista High School, and I'm a representative.
My name is Allison Carranza. I'm a senior at Paris High School, and I am a representative.
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Choop, and I'm a sophomore at Paris High School, and I'm going to be a representative this year.
Hi, my name is Kayla de las Alas, and I'm a freshman at Orange Vista High School, and I'm a representative.
Hello, good evening. My name is Mireya Estrada. I am a 12th grader at Paris High School, and I'll be serving as a representative for this year's YC.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sally Lupercio. I'm a senior at Orange Vista High School, and I am a representative this year.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Marin. I am an 8th grader at California Military Institute, and I am a representative.
Good evening. My name is Pedro Morales. I'm a senior at Paris High School, and I will be a representative this year.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Prescott. I am a senior at Orange Vista High School, and I will be a representative.
Good evening. My name is Miguel Ramirez. I'm a sophomore at Paris High School, and I'm a representative this year.
Good evening. My name is Giovanni Villanueva. I'm a senior at Orange Vista High School, and I will be a representative for YC this year.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Valdez Sosa. I'm a sophomore at California Military Institute, and I'm going to be a representative this year.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Sea. I'm a sophomore at California Military Institute, and I'll be a member at large this year.
Hello, my name is Denise Fernandez. I am a senior at Orange Vista, and I am currently a member at large.
Good evening. My name is Fatima Garcia. I'm an 8th grader attending David A. Brown Middle School, and my role in YC is member at large.
Good evening. My name is Christian Gutierrez, and I am a sophomore at Paris High School, and my role is a member at large.
Good evening. My name is Alina Ibarra. I'm a sophomore at Heritage High School, and I am a member at large this year.
Good evening. My name is London May Lupercio. I'm a sophomore at Orange Vista High School, and I am a member at large.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jalvi Pinedo. I'm in 8th grade at Lakeside Middle School, and I'm a member at large.
Good evening. My name is Gabrielle Prescott. I am a junior at Orange Vista High School, and I'm a member at large.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City staff, there's a few more members that won't be able to attend us tonight, but I would like to invite Mr. Mayor and City Council to come take a picture with all YEC members. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, tilt your head to the right and to the left. So I can see your faces. Here we go. Ready, 1, 2. Very nice. Everybody look this way, this way. Here we go. Ready, 1, 2. Nice, nice. Who's this right here? Blue? Sorry. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2. That is it. Perfect. Parents, anybody want a picture? Come on up.
On this side right here.
Okay, we have one more presentation. Actually, we got, so I failed to make a notice. Item C is the American Legion. We're going to have to move that to a later date due to an illness of one of the persons. So the next one is going to require a photo. So we're going to do our next recognition. YAC members, please stick around because when we're done with the next one, then we're going to go back to the dais and we'll let the council make any comments and then you guys will be free to take off. So this next one is item B. This is in recognition of Riverside County Sheriff's Department Lieutenant Linton upon his retirement. We'll begin with Assistant City Manager Ernie Reyna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. For this recognition, I'd like to introduce this next person who's been with our Sheriff's Department for the past 2.5 years. Lieutenant Linton has been instrumental in the day-to-day operations of the city's public safety. He's overseeing the implementation of items such as Flock and ShotSpotter, and like I said, has been really involved with operations, working with the city manager, city staff. So we hate to see him leave, but I want to go ahead and turn it over to Lieutenant Linton and let him talk about his recognition. Good.
Oh, I get to talk about
You get to talk.
Oh, not you. Thank you for the recognition. You all, I worked with you all of you closely for the last 2.5 years. It's been fun. It's been great. We've had a good relationship, and a lot of that came from my sergeants, my investigators, and my deputies making me look good to you guys. So it made it very easy. I don't want to leave, but it is time to retire. So I got to move on. So thank you.
Well understood. So staff has prepared a plaque for you. Everybody's looking at that because I got to do it. But let me, let's go ahead and do the plaque picture, and then we'll do the. So the plaque reads, Service Award presented to Lieutenant John Wade Linton, Paris Sheriff Station, in appreciation for over your 2 years of dedication and commitment to the city of Paris, April 2022 to September 2024. Okay, now we'd like to issue a proclamation to Lieutenant John Wade. The proclamation, whereas Lieutenant John Wade Linton was honorably served as the City of Paris, served the City of Paris under the Riverside County Sheriff's Department at the Paris Sheriff Station for over 2 years and has been with the Sheriff's Department since 1995. dedicating his life to protection and service for our community. And whereas his commitment, leadership, and unwavering dedication have been a beacon of excellence, inspiring both his peers and the communities he has faithfully served in Paris, San Jacinto, Moreno Valley, Hemet, and Palm Desert. And whereas throughout his distinguished career, Lieutenant Linton has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage, often going above and beyond the call of duty to ensure the safety and well-being of all residents in the city of Paris. And whereas his contributions to the Paris Sheriff's Station include leading the transition to Flock and overseeing the implementation of ShotSpotter, which both have left an incredible mark on the city. And whereas the community of Paris and Riverside County Sheriff's Department have greatly benefited from Lieutenant Linton's expertise in law enforcement and his unwavering commitment to public service, by also teaching the next generation at both Riverside Community College and Moreno Valley College. And whereas his dedication to building strong community relations has fostered a sense of trust and security within the city, enhancing the quality of life for all its residents. And where we extend our heartfelt thanks for his many years of dedicated service and wish him a future filled with happiness, good health, and fulfillment. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and the Paris City Council do hereby proclaim our deepest gratitude and honor the distinguished career of Lieutenant John Wade Linton on his well-deserved retirement, presented this 10th day of September 2024. Okay, Council, any comments for our YAC committee? Councilwoman Nava?
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations to all our new YAC members. This is a really large group. So I hope you truly enjoy your time with YAC. And if there's anything I could do to help as your council member, please don't hesitate to reach out. I look forward to bumping into you all at different events and whatnot. So thank you so much for your service. I know some of you are here from 8th grade, and hopefully you continue for the next 5 years. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Councilman Rabb?
Yes, I want to congratulate the new YAC members on your selection. They keep growing each and every year. It's nice to see a diversity in terms of the schools and the grades, and look forward to seeing you at the various events. You'll be definitely making a positive impact on the city of Paris. Once again, thank you for volunteering your time, helping out the city. We really appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd like to congratulate all the outgoing members of YAC that have served us so beautifully, and I'd like to welcome each and every one of the new members that are coming in this year. We look forward to having a successful relationship with you as you represent your community, your school, and the city of Paris. Congratulations to each and every one of you, and God bless.
Councilman Corona?
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to congratulate for the people that went off to college. They're doing some amazing things. Two of them went off to Berkeley, UC San Diego, and stuff like that. And with the returning faces, it's very good to see you. People like for Mireya Estrada, who I think she started out in middle school, and here she is as a senior now, and just seeing a lot of the new faces. It's very challenging. It keeps you very busy. I know I saw several of you already at the movie night and just putting in work and stuff like that. But it's very rewarding, and with the residents appreciate it. But thank you all for serving.
All right, how many do we have, Lou? How many do we have, YAC members? 38? Biggest class. It's growing every year, so congratulations to everybody. And as Councilman Corona, the ones that have been here for a long time. I thought 5 years was long. The one that's here is a senior now. How long have you been on? Who's the girl you said? Miss Estrada, how long? You've been here 5 years or two, and that's awesome. You should earn some kind of wings or something. So anyway, we'll be seeing you out there. You've been seeing me out there already at some of your events, so we look forward to continuing to working with you guys. So best of luck. Okay, that takes us to Lieutenant Linton. Comments for Lieutenant Linton? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I want to congratulate you on your retirement. I know sometimes retirement brings mixed emotions, and as you expressed, you really did want to leave, but God has a different plan for you right now. So you could take that beautiful wife of yours and enjoy yourselves and travel and explore the rest of the world as you start your new chapter and your new journey. And you take care. We'll miss you.
Councilman Reb?
Just want to congratulate Lieutenant Linton on your well-earned retirement. It's been a pleasure working with you over the last 2.5 years, especially on the Public Safety Committee. Bringing ShotSpotter and the flock system to Paris has definitely made an impact in decreasing crime in the city. And once you get done traveling the world, San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office is always looking for a few good investigators. So you can come back and work with me there. So it's been a pleasure. Congratulations.
Councilwoman Nava?
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Lieutenant Linton. I know you will enjoy your retirement and hopefully fulfill your wish of doing nothing and enjoying your family and your wife. And thank you so much for the service that you've provided our community. I appreciate it. And thanks for keeping us safe. And enjoy your very well-earned retirement. Thank you.
Councilman Corona?
Thank you, Mayor. With a big congratulations to Lieutenant Linton. I've always appreciated your honesty and your sense of humor and straightforwardness. For serving 3 decades, for protecting our community, I think it's a well-deserved retirement. And I know in the past, City of Paris has been very lucky to have great lieutenants, and for the future one, I hope they're the same as the past. Thank you so much and congratulations.
I have our Assistant City Manager, Ernie Reyna, who works and oversees with our police services. You want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the council. And Lieutenant Linton, we've worked well together the past 2 years, so it's always hard to say goodbye. But again, it's retirement, so we understand. But, we're going to have some big shoes to fill, so whoever that might be, you've definitely made an impression on city staff. I know at least on me, and I'm sure our city manager as well, and everybody else here. But I want to say thank you, and, please reach out if there's anything you need from us. But thank you so much.
Madam City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Lieutenant Linton. I just want to sincerely thank you for always being so attentive and prioritizing our needs. And I also want to thank you also for the camaraderie we shared, and for the great relationship that you and your sheriff's team and captain that you shared with us in our communication. We did we accomplished many things in the last 2.5 years in such a short time. So sincere thanks to everything you've done for us. So best wishes. Thank you.
So my sentiments exactly, LT, that everybody said here. And just so everybody knows in the audience, when you have a contract city, the commanding officer for any station, and that's pretty much in any law enforcement agency, is the rank of a captain. In this case, with the city who contracts with the Sheriff's Department, that captain, that commander, serves as the chief of police for the city of Paris. And then his right-hand man, which is generally a lieutenant, in this case, Lieutenant Linton, was our assistant chief of police. And I bugged him 24/7 rather than bugging our chief. The chief had enough to do already with what he's doing. So LT was my right-hand man for anything I needed in the city, and he was right there. And I know what you mean by not wanting to retire. I did 30 years in law enforcement too. It's tough. Would you stop crying? That his wife is here and she's making it very difficult. I'm not gonna even look in that direction. But so, LT, take care of yourself. Enjoy your time with your family. This is the end of the month is your last day. Pretty close. Okay, I know you will be. We'll have to do lunch. But anyway, take care of yourself. Enjoy your retirement. Don't continue working like I've been doing. This is your time, and I'm sure we'll see you at the fair as well, at the auctions. So looking forward to that. Thank you again. LT, did you ever get a key to the city? Okay. All right. Can't brag on that one. Okay, moving on to, as I indicated earlier, item 6C is going to be moved to a later calendar date. Item 6D is a presentation regarding Emergency Preparedness Month. This item will be introduced by our Director of Development Services, Kenneth Fung. Before we start, Lou, did you guys want to dismiss the YAC kids now, the students? Are they going to hang out for a little bit? Which one? Okay, perfect. Oh, got you. Of course they would do that. Okay, this is going to be presented by our Director of Development Services, Mr. Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item will be presented by Veronica Arana, our Building and Safety Manager.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of our community. On behalf of Building and Safety Division Emergency Management Team, it is my pleasure to present to you this year's National Preparedness Month, held annually in the month of September. Established by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, National Preparedness Month is observed every September to raise awareness about the importance of preparing for disasters and emergencies. The purpose is to encourage residents, businesses, and communities to plan and prepare for potential disasters. This year's FEMA's theme for National Preparedness Month is called Start a Conversation, which encourages everyone to talk about emergencies and take steps to get ready and stay safe. To highlight FEMA's theme, Start a Conversation, I want to announce our Paris Alerts notification system, which is free to sign up by scanning our QR code or by texting 67283. I placed our banner in the back corner for those who would like to sign up, which I highly encourage to receive important notifications via text message. Paris Alerts provides immediate updates on emergencies, allowing residents to take prompt action, and alerts help reduce confusion, prevent panic, and guide people to safety. Our dedicated individuals from the emergency management team, with the support of Riverside County EMD and CAL FIRE, are committed to ensuring the safety and preparedness of our community. Our community outreach actively engages through the community training programs such as Community Emergency Response Team, also known as CERT, Active Shooter, Listos, and CPR First Aid courses. Here are a few photos of our initiatives. Our continuous effort in obtaining grants has been successful to continue offering these types of educational workshops. To celebrate Preparedness Month, not just in the month of September, we will be hosting our first free CPR, AED, and First Aid certified course this Saturday, the 14th, followed by an active shooter class the following Saturday on the 21st. And due to popular demand, with a wait list of eager community residents to obtain their certificate, on October 5th, we will host another CPR course, followed by a CERT course on October 18th, 19th, and 20th. To close, I would like to hand out a small token of appreciation to the Mayor, City Council, and management for your continued support in our emergency management efforts. Thank you for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to highlight National Preparedness Month, and this concludes my presentation. I would like to let you guys know if you guys have any questions. I'm here to answer anything you'd like. Thank you.
Councilor, may I have any questions? Councilman Corona, you're still in the queue. Did you want to talk again? No. Well, I can say I've been stopping by the programs that you've been offering for our residents, and they've been really good, and they're getting good turnouts. So thank you for all you do in preparing our city. It's very valuable information, and the work that you're doing in our ELC as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yep, look forward to seeing you again in the other classes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 7 is our Youth Advisory Committee communications. This report will be given by Kimberly Tai, our president.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and City staff, good evening. My name is Kimberly Tai, and I am the YAC president. YAC will host our open mic night on Friday, September 13th at the Statler Youth Center. Our next event will be 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. We encourage all students to come and showcase their talents. Next, YAC will have our strategic planning session on Saturday, September 14th at the Statler Youth Center from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. We are eager to set goals and implement to help our community. Our next YAC meeting will be Tuesday, September 17th at the Council Chambers from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. We want to invite all youth to join our meeting for input. Finally, YAC wants to remind everyone to stay safe and follow us on social media at Paris YAC for updates and upcoming events. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. I'm going to give a moment here to let them clear out. Have fun doing your homework tonight. Oh, they got day off tomorrow. Very good. Well, some of them. Valverde's not off. Okay, item 8 is our public comment. This is when any member may speak on any item that is not on our agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. Sylvia Guzman.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm here, I'm not new here. I want to thank the mayor because out of all these 8 years that I've been surviving harassment from police, he's the only one who's been willing to help, despite that he's not quite helping me in the way that I need. Couple days ago, I saw Clara Miramontes. She offered to help me. She did help me with CityNet contact, but the thing is because I made an internal affair complaint against a lieutenant and a deputy, the harassment directly from police has been going from 1% to 100%, 1,000%. Last thing that they did, they towed my car. The lady from the storage that I rent said that I trespassing. They arrest me. It was a book and release, but they made it like 8 hours. They tortured me in the jail. making me know that what I did was wrong. And when I come back, despite that, the lady said that my car can be there in the storage because I lost my key. My daughter was a witness of that. They towed my car. Everything is in my car. My clothes, my phones, where I can get the money from, or my money apps. It's been very hard for me to eat these 4 days. And because I'm dealing with the police misconduct since 2016, that they put a crazy and druggy label on my face. Even my family has turned their back on me. I really need help. I called the towing center, and it's more than $1,000 to take my car out. That first of all, it shouldn't be towing because just because the officer said, "Oh, we're gonna move it and push it down," they can see the cameras. I went to speak with the police chief or the watch commander, but they just make fun of me. I really need help with this, Ernie. I'm gonna sleep outside. I have no place to go. My mom and my daughter are the most affected in this way. I have no problem sleeping outside. So
All right, thank you, Sylvia. I'm gonna have, can we get a staff member to get her current phone number, make sure we have the correct phone number, and we'll work with CityNet, see where we can go from here. Thank you for coming, Sylvia. Yep. Don't go nowhere. Wait for somebody out there, okay? Anybody else, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Jerry Sepulveda.
Hello, Honorable Mayor Vargas, City Council, and staff. I am before you to give you a brief update on the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce. We have completed our 112th year here in the city of Paris. I have been reelected as represent our local businesses as president of the board of directors for 2024-2025. Our board is comprised of local businesses, small and large, local residents, and stakeholders. Our vision is to be a catalyst in business growth, convener of leaders and influencers, champion for a stronger community. The past Friday, we celebrated our first State of the Chamber event, and we talked about what we have accomplished this past year and what is ahead of us. I would like to thank everyone that did attend and help support their local chamber and business community. Lastly, I also attended the Paris Union High School 100th All Alumni Banquet, having over 150 in attendance from graduating classes from the 1940s to the 2000s. It was a surreal event with such an amazing history in attendance. Please mark your calendars for our next event, Avazando, catering to our Hispanic business owners, September 17th at 9 a.m. at the Chamber office. And thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything everyone does for the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jerry. Anybody else?
No, sir.
Okay. Going to move on to item 9, which are approval of the minutes. 9A is consideration to approve the minutes of the regular joint meeting held on August 27, 2024, of the City Council, Successor Agency, the Redevelopment Agency, and all the others as listed on our agenda. If there are no comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call the vote.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 10 is our consent calendar item. Consent calendar items are normally enacted in one motion. The mayor or city council may remove a consent calendar item for a separate action. We will have public comment limited to 3 minutes. Is there any request to speak on this, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, I do need to note that item 10D is consideration to allocate capital improvement program, project number S153 for Barnett Road realignment at Ethonac Road. On the staff's report, it indicates the dollar amount is 40 million. It should read 4 million. We typed in a few extra zeros in there. So just for the note, the record, it's $4 million. Is that an even number, 4 million? Okay, so we just got a little carried away with the zeros. Okay, so that being said, council, nobody wants to pull anything? If not, we're going to entertain a motion to approve the full consent calendar. And I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilman Corona. Please call a vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 11 is our public hearings. 11A is consideration to adopt proposed resolution numbers next in order regarding an annexation of DPR 20-00019-3. This is 3 industrial buildings to the city's maintenance districts. DPR 20-0019 is located at the southeast corner of Harley Knox Boulevard and Indian Avenue. This item will be presented by our city engineer, Mr. John Porcozimi.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Daniel Lewis with Wilden will present this item before you.
Thank you. Welcome, Daniel.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. This item on the agenda is for the annexation of the property of DPR 20-0019 into the city's 3 maintenance districts. At the meeting on July 30th, the City Council adopted resolutions of intent setting the date of the public hearing for tonight. Therefore, we request that the city hold the public hearing, conduct an election, and if the election passes, adopt the 3 resolutions on the agenda. There's 1 property owner and a total of 3 ballots. That concludes my presentation. I will be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Council, may have any quick questions or comments? Okay, going to open up the public hearing. 7:16. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, you're going to close the public hearing at 7:16. Madam Clerk, can you open up the 3 ballots, please?
City of Paris, annexation of DPR 20-00019 to Maintenance District number 84-1. The ballot is marked yes. At least we know they're sealed. It's not opening. Okay, let's do it. City of Paris, annexation of DPR 20-00019 to benefit Zone 186, Landscape Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll call for a motion on the 3 resolutions. You barely did 2?
I know, right? I know.
My bad. I thought we were on the 3rd one.
City of Paris, annexation of DPR 20-00019 to benefit Zone 151, Flood Control Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, now I'm looking for a motion on the three resolutions. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call a vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. 11B is consideration to adopt proposed resolution numbers next in order regarding annexation of DPR 20-00019-3, three industrial buildings into CFD 2001-3. This is the North Paris Public Safety District, annexation number 66. DPR 20-00019 is located at the southeast corner of Harley Knox Boulevard and Inn, and it's the same as the last one. This will be introduced by Daniel Louis again.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. This is the same project as in 11A, annexing into Public Safety CFD 2001-3. The meeting on July 30th adopted a resolution of intent setting the date for tonight for the public hearing. The city requests that we open the public hearing. If there are no protests, adopt a resolution calling for the election. And the property owner has waived the waiting period, so we may conduct a special election tonight and adopt another resolution declaring the results. With that, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Council, anybody have any questions? Okay, we're going to open up the public hearing at 7:20. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
Okay, anybody wishing to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, we'll close the public hearing at 7:20. And I'll call for a motion on the first resolution. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, second by Councilman Rab. Please call the vote.
Five oh, motion approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you open the one ballot?
Doing it the old-fashioned way. Community Facilities District Number 2001-3, North Paris Public Safety of the City of Paris, Annexation Number 66, Special Tax and Appropriations Limit Election, and the ballot is marked yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call for a motion on the second resolution. Motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Rab. Please call the vote.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Item C is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order, approving the 2023-2024 Community Development Block Grant, also known as the CDBG, fifth program year consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, known as CAPER. This is going to be introduced by our Director of Economic Development and Housing, Ms. Michelle Ogawa.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. We have Dr. Sarah Cortez de Pavon, our Principal Management Analyst, to present this item.
Thank you,
Good
Doctor.
evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff. The item before you today is for the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, for the CDBG program. As you know, annually, HUD disperses funds for CDBG. For 2023-2024 program year, the city received $889,107 to meet community development and housing goals outlined in our 5-year consolidated plan. The CAPER is due 90 days after the end of the fiscal year, which is September 27th. There were 14 active projects during the program year. 9 projects were funded with 23-24 funds. That included 6 public service projects and 3 non-public service projects. Additionally, there were 5 rollover non-public service projects that were still active during last year. The following are some accomplishment highlights during the program year. Fair Housing Council Riverside County provided residents with investigative allegations of housing discrimination and landlord-tenant mediation. Their goal was to assist 1,500 residents, and they assisted 1,078. The Boys and Girls Club of Inland Valley provided youths with a variety of life-enhancing programs such as homework, assistance, sports, day camps, and field trips during the program year. Their goal was to assist 55 youth. They assisted 30. Family Service Association provided hot meals to seniors aged 62 and over at the Paris Senior Center Monday through Friday. Their goal was to assist 112, and they exceeded that goal by serving 131 seniors. Voices for Children provided court-appointed special advocates, or CASA volunteers, to 8 youth who have been in foster care as a result of the juvenile court. They have experienced abuse and neglect. Love for Life Association provided their Unbreakable project again this year. They provided youths with monthly educational workshops on bullying and suicide prevention, in addition to 12 sessions of their program for their parents. Their goal was to assist 45, and they actually assisted 57. The City of Paris Economic Development Department provided the Paris Employment Program to 3 young adults with professional development training, in addition to 3 months of paid internship with Animal Control, Public Health, and Community Service Special Events Division. Habitat for Humanity Inland Valley provided 1 property rehab for a senior who was age 62 and over, and 4 rehabs under the minor home repair program. And the rehab on these properties included termite repairs, exterior home painting, the replacement of HVAC systems, roof repair, ramp installation, and a back door replacement. The 2020-2021 Citywide Pedestrian Improvement Project was completed by Paris Engineering Department on January 5th of this year. And the project provided for installation of missing sidewalks and ADA compliance. And these improvements benefited 3,205 individuals within the CDBG census tract. The Housing Department provided 2 households with tenant-based rental assistance, utilizing the program income of its state home allocation. And the assistance provided 30% of the rent for up to 12 months for these 2 households. Now, City Net Homeless Services is not funded under CDBG, but it is worth noting that they did successfully exit 277 unhoused individuals, with 48 of them going into shelter. Staff recommendations include adopting the resolution approving the 2023-2024 CAPER and direct staff to amend the CAPER as needed and submit the report to HUD by the September 27th due date. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kunz. Anybody has questions? Can you go back to 1 more, right there? So 277 street exits means they removed 277 people off the street?
Correct.
48 going into shelter. Where did the remainder go?
They were either reunified with family, they were either received some kind of rapid rehousing, temporary housing.
Not back in the street?
No, sir.
Wow, that's very good. That's awesome. Okay. You can go back to your last slide. So there's no questions, anybody? We're looking for a motion on the last slide here. Go to your last slide.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
public
Hold on. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, before you proceed, just to clarify, you have to open the public hearing.
Oh, my gosh, we're on a public hearing. I was acting like this is a presentation. Okay, thank you, doctor. Don't leave. We're going to open up the public hearing at 7:27. Madam Clerk, we have 1 person, you said?
Yes, sir. Lynn Kelly Leonard.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Lynn Kelly Lehner, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Innovation for Habitat for Humanity Inland Valley. On behalf of my CEO, Tammy Marine, CFO, Mary Stein, and the Board of Directors, I would like to thank you and your staff for continued partnership for our critical home repair program and more recently, our home buyer assistance program. In addition to the 4 completed minor home repairs and 1 senior home repair mentioned in the staff report, We have 5 additional home repairs that are completed but not yet submitted for reimbursement, 1 repair in progress, 1 application in review, and 6 applications that have been recently mailed to homeowners. Including these projects, we have completed 26 repairs for low-income individuals since 2019, helping preserve housing and allowing residents to remain in their homes. In addition to our critical home repair program, we are hard at work utilizing the home buyer assistance funds allocated to us last fiscal year. Last month, we completed and closed our first home sale, yay, with these funds to a qualified low-income first-time home buyer, and 1 additional home is due to close escrow by September 30th. We will be holding a house dedication event in November for the new Paris homebuyers, and we would love to invite you to celebrate this major milestone with them. Be on the lookout for a formal invite in the coming weeks. Thank you again, Council, for your generous and ongoing partnership throughout the years, and a special thank you to Sarah Cortez de Pavon on staff for your continued guidance. We look forward to what the future has in store for our partnership.
Thank you. That was it, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else wishing to speak on this? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing at 7:29. Council, if nobody has any more questions, I'll call for a motion on the resolution. I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Mayor Pro Tem Rogers. Please call a vote.
Motion approved.
Thank you. 11D is consideration to introduce and waive further reading of the first reading of the proposed ordinance number next in order, adjusting the compensation of the mayor and the city council members, and the consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order, adjusting the compensation of the city clerk. This is going to be introduced by our city attorney, Robert Koo.
Thank you, Mayor. At the August 27th council meeting, the city council requested an item to adjust the city council compensation and for the city clerk compensation. Historically, the city has adjusted compensation for both council and city clerk at the same time, which is why the items are being combined here. As you know, the duties of elected officials at the city include participation in ceremonial events and so forth. So an adjustment in compensation would assist members of the average members of the public to, participate in democracy and so forth. With that being said, the maximum amount that the compensation can be increased at this time is 10% of the current compensation. And additionally, under our code, the mayor receives an additional 50% in addition to what the council receives, which means that, as you can see on the chart, there are various options for the city council to choose from. As you see on the first column, its current amount is set forth for mayor, council members, and city clerk. If you do it at the 10%, you'll see the amount there. If you do it at the CPI amount, that's the amount there. And then, obviously, we also put in the MOU for the employees there. I believe they're getting a 6%, which is shown there, all of which, naturally, the latter two are below the statutory 10%.
Excuse me, Robert, if I may, it's actually 2%, so it was 4% and a 2, so that's where the 6 comes from.
Got it, yes. So if the city council were to approve this item, then we would also ask for direction from council in terms of how much the city council would like to adjust the amount, their compensation, the city clerk's compensation. With that concludes my report. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, and Assistant City Manager Ernie Reyna can also answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Council, may I have any comments, questions? Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. 7:32. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. Jillian Menez.
Hello, my name is Jillian Menez. I guess I primarily have a couple of questions on this item. First, the item states its consideration to introduce and waive further reading. I just want to be sure as a resident that when this conversation occurs and when a cost of living adjustment is, given to you guys, that the residents are aware and part of the conversation. So I am primarily just asking a question: what does that mean, waiving further reading of the first reading of this ordinance number? And would that result in the citizens not having a say or knowledge in the decision? I'm not necessarily against it or for it. I just would like to make sure that we are kept in the loop as to the numbers and the figures. That's all.
That all you have? So that's a fair question. It's kind of looks misleading, but, because there is a second reading, but I'm going to let the city attorney be more specific on that.
Thank you, Mayor. So under California law, all ordinances have to be read in their entirety. And so by waiving the further reading, meaning that we would only read the title of the ordinance, which is what's listed out here, so the council doesn't have to go through the entire ordinance line by line, reading it essentially. As to the question of whether or not the residents will be able to see these increases, well, these increases only happen once. There's no annual automatic adjustments. That's not allowed. So anytime council wants to do this, they have to come back with an ordinance to adjust it. And I would also clarify one thing as well that I left out in my presentation, is that this would not be effective until a new term on the council would begin. So essentially not until after the election, just to be clear with the public. But going back to what I was saying earlier, is that would not prevent members of the public from seeing this. On the one hand, it's on the agenda, it's on the staff report on the one hand. On the other hand, this is an ordinance of the city, and it will be codified in the codes that are online available for review as well.
And when you say after the election, that's still not until January, until any new members may be on or not. So that's why I allowed this to happen. That is very misleading when you read that. It looks like we're just going to bypass this, but no, it has to be 2 readings, so. Okay, any other questions? I'm going to close the public hearing at 7:35. And no council has any, Councilman Rab, did you have a comment?
Yes, I originally brought this matter up at the last meeting. What prompted it is several years ago, I was attending League of California Cities, and during the League of California Cities, you talk to different council people from various locations. And one of the council people mentioned that her city, the council member stipend is $50 a month. It's a small city just outside of Santa Cruz. And she indicated that stipend had not been raised since 1966. So we've consistently, since about 2016 or 2018, have raised it either with the CPI or the MOU. It allows the stipend to increase with the cost of living, just like many salaries have averaged about. This includes, I think people, when they think of city council, they think of these meetings, but these meetings also entail meeting with residents, answering constituent emails, a series of boards that we serve on internally, such as Public Works, Economic Development, the Homeless Outreach Board, and several boards that we serve county-wide that require us attending county meetings. So I had brought this forward so that the salaries increase concurrent, provided the city have funds, and that the public has the right to make the public comment, so that we're not in a situation where our stipend is $200, 30 years from now. So you only have a series of either retirees or people who have who are financially secure. So you have people from the community able to serve on the council. Given the amounts, I think it would only be fair to lead by example and go pursuant with the MOU, since staff is getting a similar raise, rather than go with either the 10% or the CPI. So I'd be in favor of this, provided we go with the numbers listed on the MOU for mayor, council members, and city clerk.
Excuse me, is that a motion?
Yes, I'd make that motion.
Okay. Before I call for a second, you have one comment?
Yeah, no, just for clarification. So you're saying CPI or the MOU or the?
MOU.
The far right.
The MOU.
Just keep it solid 6%.
Far right, yes.
Gotcha.
Councilman, now you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I would like to second if there hasn't been a second yet. And then I also wanted to add, in the sense of transparency, that the second reading will be on September 24th. So just to reiterate that point, if any residents have any input. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see nobody else in the queue, so we have a first motion by Councilman Rab, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call a vote.
A 5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. 11E is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order, certifying the final environmental impact report, SCH 2023-110-588, adopting a mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, tentative partial map 22-05379, TPM 38730, development plan review, DPR 22-00038, and introduce the first reading of a proposed ordinance number, next in order, to facilitate the construction of a 271,098 square foot industrial warehouse, building 2 freestanding sit-down restaurants totaling 9,000 square feet, and a 52,008 square foot 4-story hotel on 17.1 acres located on the south side of Ramona Expressway between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue. Applicant is Marwan Alabasi. And this will be introduced by our Director of Development Services, Mr. Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item will be presented by our Senior Planner, Nathan Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, for having me here tonight. The project before you is the Distribution Park Project, and the applicant is Mr. Marwan Alabasi, who's in attendance tonight. Some background information about this project before you. It was considered by the Planning Commission on August 7th, 2024. The Planning Commission voted on a 3-1 vote to recommend approval to the City Council. And during the meeting, there was 18 people who spoke in support of the project, consisting of 16 parish residents, 1 LIUNA member. I'm not sure what's happening with the slides.
All the friction from the debate.
I'm not touching it. It has a mind of its own, so. Can you guys see the slide?
Is this the one you're supposed to be on?
Background? Yeah, that's
Background
the one.
information? Yeah.
I'll just read it from up there, so. Okay. So there's 10, during the meeting, there's also 10 people who spoke. Okay. Yes, I can. So during the meeting, there was 10 people who spoke in opposition, consisting of 7 Paris residents, 2 members of the Paris Neighborhood in Action, 1 member of the Inland.
It's there.
Okay. Okay, let me go there. So, okay, so the project is located along Ramona Expressway between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue, and it's also located within the March Air Force Reserve Airport Zone D. The project site is currently zoned commercial, surrounded by commercial zoning to the north, east, and also light industrial to the south, and multifamily residential to the west. The applicant is proposing to rezone 12.55 acres from commercial to light industrial to pretty much facilitate the industrial development. This is the overall site plan that's being proposed. If you note, the commercial component is along Ramona Expressway, consisting of a 4-story hotel, which is shown in the green area, 2 commercial standalone pads, and also an industrial building, which is shown in the yellow along Dawes Street. Here's the site plan for the commercial. The commercial component consists of 4.5 acres, and as mentioned earlier, the applicant's proposing 2 standalone sit-down restaurants consisting of a 4,000 square foot and also a 5,000 square foot sit-down restaurant. There's also a 4-story hotel consisting of 107 rooms. And also, there's 1 point of access, which is a 42-foot wide right-in, right-out driveway approach along Ramona Expressway. Here's the proposed commercial architecture, which kind of reflects a farmhouse look. And if you notice, some of the standalone sit-down restaurants will have outdoor eating areas. Here's the hotel elevations. As mentioned earlier, it's a 4-story hotel consisting of 107 rooms. And here's a rendering just pretty much showing the commercial component along Ramona Expressway. And behind there is the industrial component. And here's a night rendering. So here's the industrial proposed. Since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has revised the site plan to include a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along the Camper Resorts of America area, which is shown in the green area. The original configuration was going to have a 14-foot high solid screen wall, and the applicant has set the screen wall 10 feet to allow landscaping, so that way people from Camper Resorts of America could have more of a nice aesthetic look to it. There's also 34 high dock doors, 78 trailer spaces along the east side of the building. And there's 2 points of access, which is a 26-foot wide westerly driveway, which will only be used for passenger vehicles. And there's also a 40-foot wide driveway, easterly driveway, which will be utilized by trucks. I also wanted to point out that the loading docks, if you notice there, are 386 feet away, which exceeds the minimum requirement of 300 feet per the Good Neighbor guidelines. And also the loading docks are facing eastward. Also, there's a 272 feet distance from the easterly property line from the Camper Resorts of America, which is technically a commercial-based use. Camper Resorts of America, the land use is a commercial base, and also the zoning is commercial. Here's a cross-section of the westerly portion of the property. If you notice, the applicant proposes a 20-foot wide landscape buffer and also a 3 to 6 foot landscape buffer along the building. So in total, there's 71 feet from the mobile home community located to the west. Easterly cross-section. Originally, as mentioned earlier, the applicant proposed a 14-foot high screen wall. However, the applicant updated the plans to provide a landscape buffer to soften the view of the screen wall along the Camper Resorts of America. Overall, the revised plans will conceal the truck loading docks and truck doors from the Camper Resorts of America and also soften the view of the screen wall. Here in the industrial elevations proposed. And here's the rendering of a typical corner of the industrial building. And here's the night rendering. So as part of the project, the applicant is proposing the following community benefits. Benefit number 1, the applicant developer will construct a hotel and 1 commercial building, either buildings 1 or 2, concurrently with the proposed industrial warehouse building. Benefit number 2, the applicant will deposit $250,000 into an escrow account, and if the applicant fails to secure a commercial tenant, then the developer pretty much waives the right to this deposit amount. Also, prior to occupancy, the industrial building, the applicant developer will construct a sidewalk and a block wall along Dawes Street from the project site all the way down to Redlands Avenue in front of the Camper Resorts of America at an estimated value of $500,000. So the applicant is proposing to construct that wall. Prior to occupancy, the industrial building, the applicant developer will install a traffic signal at Dawes and Redlands Avenue at an estimated value of $400,000. So they're not required to build this traffic signal, but they're going above and beyond. The applicant has also conducted community outreach, and on February 29th, 2024, the applicant pretty much held a community meeting. They passed out 231 flyers, both in Spanish and English, and 6 people attended. The majority of the people were for the project, and they also provided input. They were able to answer questions about concerning the project. So the applicant was able to conduct that meeting. So the environmental process, the AIR was prepared for this project in compliance with CEQA, and they had three alternatives. Alternative 1 was the no project. Alternative 2 was the reduce of the industrial building to 75%. And alternative 3 was pretty much to construct a 175,000 retail superstore with a 4-story hotel and 2 restaurants. The EIR concludes that all impacts related were all reduced to less than significant, with the exception of air quality, cumulative GHG emissions, and noise, which are unavoidable. And therefore, adoption of statement of overriding considerations would be required in order to approve the project. So we actually received additional public comments, which are before you. There was actually 5 comment letters. 1 was in support and 4 were in opposition. And a copy of those letters are before you for consideration. So staff reviewed the letters, and none of the comments letters raised additional environmental concerns that have not already been addressed in the environmental impact report that constitute new information or require recirculation of the EIR. So in conclusion, the Planning Commission recommended to the City Council to adopt resolution next in order to certify the final environmental impact report and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Also to adopt resolution approving specific plan amendment 22-05380, tentative parcel map 38730, development plan review 22-00037, and development plan review 22-00038, subject to the conditions of approval. And also to introduce the first reading of ordinance next in order approving specific plan amendment 22-05380. So this concludes my brief presentation. I'm here to answer any questions, and also the applicant, Mr. Morwana Alabasi, is here to answer any questions you might have for him. Oh, I would like to also mention that there was also a memo that was passed out, which included the updated plans that were before you also, for the record.
That was passed out when?
This afternoon.
On our dais?
Yeah, so there's 2 memos. One is for the updated plans, and then the other one's for the response to comments.
Yeah, real quickly, the updated plans just shows that they moved the easterly property line an additional 10 feet for the wall, so they can provide a 10-foot landscape buffer to soften the wall adjacent to the RV park.
All right. Council, does anybody have any questions before we open up the public hearing? Councilwoman Nava, you're on the queue. Is that from the last meeting? Anybody for now?
Yes. I can't get to.
Mr. Mayor, I'd also like to mention that the applicant has a presentation.
Oh, let's hear from the applicant first.
Honorable Mayor, council members, city manager, staff, good evening. Thank you for allowing us to bring our project in front of you. I want to first start by thanking Nathan, Patricia, Kenneth, and Clara for the great job they've done. I also like to thank City Engineer John, Brad, and Habib. They've really worked with us, especially the last few days, to make some updates to the plans. I want to share with you our project and our story. Some of you, most of you know us because we don't live in Paris, but we as a family have our office in Paris and we're here daily. Our story is that we are different from other developers that come to Paris. We're not better, but we're different. We're going to show you throughout the presentation how different we are. I have watched Paris grow since 1983, my first encounter in Paris as a young engineer working for Caltrans. I worked in Ramon Expressway Bridge by the railroad crossing. I don't know how many people lived in Paris by then, but it was a small town, which I really enjoyed. That town, I was living in San Fernando Valley, then ended up moving closer and closer to San Bernardino, then eventually to Riverside in 2002, which I still reside there, me and my family, since 2002, which is about 15 minutes from this chamber. We have purchased our first property in Paris in 2005, 2006, which is on the corner of Webster and Ramon Expressway. We built a shopping center that still exists there. We still own and operate the gas station, and we still have our headquarters, which we moved around 2015, I think it was. When we finished building the project in 2008, the economy, we all watched that crash in the economy. We only built the gas station initially, the retail center, and the office. The reason I mention this, because really it is important to know and understand. I'm speaking from experience, not like some other developers who come here just to build a warehouse and leave. Yes, we do have a warehouse in our development, but we're really not warehouse builders. We build a gas station that we still own and operate, and I'm sure everyone has been to that station. We built a retail center and an office building that was vacant for 5 years. I could not get a tenant until I eventually ended up occupying it myself. We had a church for a while, we had a chiropractor, but then we grew and we ended up taking over the entire office. The retail center, every business we built there, and not because it was a bad area. This is one of the best areas in Paris on Ramon Expressway. It's just that there was not enough support for commercial. We built a old Chicago pizza, somebody stopped by there. We had a hookah place, we had a Mediterranean restaurant, and we had a check cashing business, and we stumbled and failed. So we're very reluctant to build more. That's why we did not develop the entire center. We only did the 3 buildings. So finally, when we occupied this, after many failed businesses, we established the retail center, then we moved to the office. Then eventually we ended up building Harry's Diner, which is the 4th parcel, and Carl's Jr. a few years ago. And we still cannot get a tenant on the last parcel, which is parcel 5. So the reason I say this, because I know there's been a lot of talk about commercial, which everybody loves commercial. I do too. I'm a commercial developer. I'm a retail developer. I build gas stations and restaurants. That's what I do for a living. But with the experience I had in Ramon Expressway in Webster, which is really the heart of that corridor in Ramon Expressway, I'm reluctant to really build a lot more until we see more housing, more businesses develop in Paris. We also have a construction company, Alabaster Construction, and we have a proven track record of over 10 projects we built. And I'm sure council remember our projects because they approved them, from the Nuevo Bridge to Case Road, which is we building right now, the Harley Knox Roundabout, the Nuevo Bridge, Placentia Avenue widening, and Paris Boulevard improvement, which is right in front of this chamber. So we do most of our work actually in the city of Paris. And we also did Ethenac Road and all the Green Valley development, all the housing tracks. We did all the infrastructure for him. I also like to mention, which many of you know, that as Alabaster Construction, we are signatory with the labor union and the carpenter union. And I think you could see our members in the orange vest here. Thank you for showing up. So we focus on hiring local people here, and as a prevailing wage contractor, union contractor, we do have high-paying jobs. We also move our maintenance yard to Markham Street and Webster, and we employ a team of highly skilled, heavy-duty repairmen. We have employed over 200 people in our construction company, all highly skilled and high-paying job, most of them over actually in six-digit figures. Along with our gas stations operation, we employ nearly 400 people total, with about 10% of them local residents. And I want to emphasize in the local residents because I just saw a post on Instagram that some of our supporters don't live in Paris. I really encourage anybody here, whether they support or don't, to really show where they live, because I live in Riverside. I'm not embarrassed by it. I don't live in Paris. So I really like to have the people just kind of show, if you are in Paris, just let us know where you live. We also have several projects active right now that we are working, pursuing, and it's in the planning stage. We have a project on GN 7th. We're developing a business park, an office park. We also have Ramona Expressway gas station, which is part of the DECA. And we also have, and I mentioned that before, I think, we partner with Chevron, which they are investing with us over $15 million in alternative fuel. This project should be coming in front of you because it has a zone change also. But fortunately, it's from housing, which is right behind the gas station, into commercial. So sometimes we do request some other changes. It depends on the need and how the project works. We also have a project in Case and Getz. We're building 1,200 units of storage. And this is a new concept. I don't know if it exists in Paris now, but it's a cooled unit for small businesses with air conditioning, because we noticed that trend and we did some research. So we're coming up with this project. It should be coming in front of the Planning Commission by the end of the year. And we're just outside the city limit on Highway 74 by Navajo Road. We just got approved last year with the County of Riverside to build 300 low-income apartments along with retail center. That project was hung up until this recent development between the city and EMWD because we could not have sewer there. Finally, thank God, they just advertised that sewer line, so we're going to be pursuing that project. As I mentioned before, we're really not your traditional warehouse developer. We're a family business. We're in construction. I have here with me my wife, Liz, my brother, Mazen, my son, Ramzi, who just had a surgery 2 days ago, but he insists to be here, my son, Rami, my assistant, Summer, and some of my employees here, where some of them may speak. And we are a family business because I want to emphasize that we, between my wife and sons and my daughter-in-law, Diana and Najwan, they work with us, and my daughter, who's our attorney. We are in Paris every day, 8 to 10 hours. We eat in Paris. I get my hair cut in Paris. I change my tires, my fuel in Paris. So I feel we are part of the Paris community, and we're proud to be part of the Paris community. The community benefits that Nathan touched base on earlier. Extending the median along Ramona Expressway, and this was brought up by engineering, that there's been some concern with the Campground of America. Currently, they're making left turn across that major road now. So I think part of our project, we're going to work with engineering to extend the median so that left turn cannot be made anymore. We are signalizing the intersection of Redlands and Dawes. Our traffic study did not require us to do that. I know Nathan put some conservative numbers for 400 or 500,000. It's more than that. But we voluntarily offered to do that because it will help the traffic at Dawes and Redlands. We're also offered, after the Planning Commission, I believe, or maybe before the Planning Commission, to extend the sidewalk along Dawes on the north side. So now they have continuous sidewalk, and we offer to build a screen wall because currently that Dawes is being used for that warehouse south of Dawes, and there will be some trucks on Dawes additionally from our project. So we offered to build a sidewalk, a wall to screen the noise. We also had 2 drives on Ramona Expressway and meeting with the engineering staff. They asked us if we could align the driveway and have it centered between Redlands and the driveway by Starbucks. And we worked with staff and we were able to eliminate one driveway, and now we only have one. And I think there's a talk about future development to the north. They may be signalizing it. We are also making our driveway ready for a signal if it ever become needed. At this time, there is no need for a signal. We're not asking for a signal, but that driveway will be accessible immediately for a signal. We have worked with staff, city leaders, and residents to improve the project in the last 2 years, including the 2 ad hoc meetings, and we enhanced the landscape. Every time we met, most of the talk was enhance the landscape, enhance the landscape. So we enhanced the landscape big time along the boundary between the warehouse and the hotel. And I think the Planning Commission was satisfied with what we were able to do. We were also asked to enhance the landscape along the westerly boundary. Part of our design, we made sure the parking on the west, because we have the houses to the west, we made sure that we only allow personal vehicles, just for employees. No trucks are allowed in that parking. We have a 6-foot wall, I believe in that, if not 6 foot, but we put a lot of landscape. We eliminated some of the parking, working with staff, and we put mature trees. So when those trees are planted, you from the outside, you're not going to see much of that building. We met with the chamber, and we asked their input in the project. We met with some residents. We literally walked the streets whenever we could, and we met, and like Nathan said, and he was present in the meeting, we asked if they have any concerns, and we tried to satisfy every concern. We even recently met with the city leadership, and we were asked that the easterly development, which I think the Campground of America, which I believe it's commercially, as Nathan mentioned, but I know there's residents, there's people who live there. And we were asked to accommodate them and make sure they don't walk out to a 14-foot wall. So we worked literally around the clock the last 3 days, and thanks to staff working with us and our architect. And I think we have some of our consultants here, Ryan, our environmental consultant. We worked together to establish moving the boundary wall. So every time the city said jump, we said how high, and we accommodated. They said, yes, can you put landscape? We moved the boundary wall at the east, including that zigzag around the clubhouse, I believe it is. We moved it 10 feet to accommodate for a 10-foot buffer. We added dense trees, we added shrubs and flowers there. So if you're standing in the Campground of America and you look at that wall, you're going to see, besides it's a beautiful, you'll see it later, Ramsey's going to put the presentation. It's a really nicely designed wall, but now you are going to see only about 7 to 8 feet of that wall, not 14 feet, because we elevated the landscape area. We really tried to develop this project based on the community need. We did not come in with just a project to build a warehouse, because probably financially that would be the most attractive thing. We really met with the community leaders, and we asked what's needed. What's needed in Paris? I know warehouse is not going to be on top of the list, but unfortunately sometimes you have to add that element to make the project pencil out. Because building the hotel, which is north of $20 million, it's a big gamble in this area. But I took it up on myself. We are building the hotel, and we're building 2 restaurants. We bring in, and we have our tenant from Riverside, Aimee Pa. He owns a Riverside restaurant, if you guys are familiar with it. And he also owns River Ranch in downtown Riverside. So he elected to do, and we're partnering with him to do River Ranch Steakhouse. And we figured, being in Paris since '83, I haven't seen many places where you could sit down and dine or go in the evening with your wife or your fiance to go have a drink. So these 2 restaurants, one of them be Middle Eastern restaurant. They have a branch in Redlands, and the steakhouse. I go back to how we are different. I don't have stats, but I don't know if there's many developers who develop projects have their office in Riverside or Paris. We have our office in Ramona Expressway in Paris. So we didn't come here just because we saw a hot spot in Paris. We really believe in Paris with all the projects I mentioned. And we employ local people. And the good thing is we also bring people, which unfortunately I don't have my development director, Corinne. She was here last time, but she's in the hospital, unfortunately. But she drives from Temecula. And I have my assistant, Summer, she drives from Corona. So we bring people from outside Paris to come work in Paris, where in the past, Paris was just a bedroom community. So we bring in people from outside to come and work here and spend their money during the day. As I mentioned earlier, we're signatory with the Labor and Carpenter Union, and we're supported by them. They're here to, so I think someone will speak later. Also, why we're different? Because we build and we occupy and we operate our businesses. We don't build and put a sign for lease. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in build and they come, because that's a logo of many developers. We have signed, me and my wife went to Atlanta, and we went for orientation with Intercontinental Hotel, and we signed a contract. I'm willing to share it in public. And we paid the fees because we believe in this project. We believe and we hope we're going to get approved, so we're going to build it. We have our tenant here. We have our restaurant, so we're not going to wait to find somebody. We're not going to build them and then go advertise them. So I hope that makes a difference for the council and for the community. I know the warehouse is not very desirable, and I'm sure there's going to be some opposition to warehouse because that's something very sensitive subject, and we could really appreciate that. And like I said earlier, we tried to come up with a mix. We put a warehouse in the back on Dawes because there's a warehouse south of us. There is residential to the west, and we give them all the respect. We want to talk to them, and we did not get a single opposition. We have the Campground of America to the east. We try to reach out to them. We met with their leadership. We talked to the owner, but I know they're classified as a commercial, but we know there's people that live there, and some of them live there extended. So we try to reach out to them and accommodate what we can, and we are still here, and we are willing to sit down and talk with them as much as we need. So we designed our project to accommodate the need of adding a warehouse, adding a hotel and sit-down restaurant. We are also different because we sat with Planning Commission at the ad hoc committee, and we asked them what are they looking for, and we accommodated them. We did not wait to be turned down with the Planning Commission and come here for appeal. We came here with a recommendation from Planning Commission, which many people said is going to be tough going in front of Planning Commission. Thank God we did. We presented a good project to them, and they believed in it, and we got their recommendation. Like I said earlier, I've been watching some posts on Instagram. They're trying to attack the project, and they're encouraging people from outside Paris to come speak. I know it's a freedom of speech, anybody can speak, but I just hope council will listen to the local residents. And of course, if they're not local, they're welcome to raise their opinion. But we look for any input from residents, and we will definitely, if there's anything we can do to accommodate, we'll be happy to do it. With that, I conclude my presentation. I'm going to allow my son Ramzi, he's going to talk a little bit about the warehouse and the hotel. Ramzi?
Good evening, Mayor Vargas, Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, and council members. I'm just going to jump right in here. As my dad was alluding to when he started his presentation, we took a completely different approach to this project. We acquired the site without any specific plan, so it really started as a blank slate, and we didn't know what we wanted to build out. We love the area, we love the opportunity, and we asked ourselves, what does the community and the market need here? We looked at several different alternatives, from self-storage to retail to apartments. Based on our experience with the city, there are two things that have been high on the list of priority for the city, and that is a hotel and a sit-down restaurant. We didn't want to flood the market with unneeded retail space that would likely sit unoccupied. We wanted to bring a few high-quality businesses that could become a part of the community and could serve as a destination for Paris. So that's where we started. We're going to bring in two sit-down restaurants. This is the retail site plan here specifically. And you can see on the top right of the screen, there are two sit-down restaurants, one 5,000 and one 4,000 square foot. The 5,000 square foot is going to be occupied by Mr. Ruben Berrigan. He's the owner of River Ranch at Imy Pond, Riverside. He will also invite him up to speak a little bit more about his restaurant in detail. The second restaurant, we have two possible tenants we're working with right now. It's either going to likely be a Mexican sit-down restaurant or Mediterranean sit-down restaurant. We just haven't finalized the details of that yet, so we can't announce who they are at the moment. For the hotel, there's a view of the entire retail site, which Nathan already shared earlier. You can see the hotel in the background. There's a night view of it. There's some close-ups of the restaurants. And we really focused on having a nice courtyard area in the middle with outdoor seating. That, again, this will serve as a destination for people to come out to. Here's the hotel. We're very excited to enter into a franchising agreement with Intercontinental Hotel Group. It's going to be a 107-room, 4-story, dual-branded hotel. So what that means is we have 2 different brands with one lobby, and to accommodate different needs that we believe the area and market need. First, on the left, you see we have Candlewood Suites. This is going to be for the extended stay traveler, an extended stay meaning 5 to 7 nights. These are your business travelers. You drive along Ramon Expressway, you have almost every company you could imagine there. You have the Ross, Kellogg's, General Mills, Home Depot, Lowe's. There's executives that come in from out of town, and we want them to stay in the city. So this will be able to accommodate them, 5 to 7 rooms. It has a kitchenette, nice larger sitting area. There's the lobby here. That's the specific room for the Candlewood Suites. So again, kitchenette, large bathroom, nice sitting area for extended day traveler. If you have family coming in from out of town, we heard one of the planning commissioners before state that they had family coming from out of town, and they had them stay in Moreno Valley and Riverside because they couldn't keep them in Paris. So now we'll be able to keep them in Paris. Extended stay visitor will be able to stay here. Avid Hotels is the other brand, and this is going to be their room. This is a smaller room. This is for what we call a transient guest, overnight guest, 1 to 2 nights. And this is, again, for people who are coming to visit the lake. There's a lot of attractions in Paris. We have the lake. We have the skydiving facility. We have the train museum. A lot of people come from out of town for 1 to 2 days. They want something affordable just to, sleep here, enjoy the restaurant, and then, be on their way home the next day. Just to go back a few slides. And with that thought in mind, we wanted to specifically accommodate Lake Paris guests. So on the left side here, I don't know if you can see my mouse. Can't see my mouse, but on the left side to the left of the hotel, you will see there's some larger parking stalls for, they're not large for trailer trucks, they're large for like a pickup truck towing jet skis or a boat or something like that. So we want to get people to come to Paris and stay in Paris. The biggest thing we've consistently heard from the city is the hesitation to rezone commercial to industrial. I think there are 2 issues at hand here that need to be addressed. First, the city wants to keep commercial, and I'm speaking for you here, so apologies for trying to read into your thoughts. But first, we think the intent is you don't want to lose commercial zoning. You want to keep commercial and not have more warehouses. And second, and generally speaking, most residents don't feel warehouses are very desirable because of increased truck traffic. We feel we have been able to address both of these concerns. Although we are converting about 2/3 of the site to industrial, we are really getting a lot of use by building a 4-story hotel. We're bringing 61,000 square feet of commercial into the front 1/3 that we are retaining for commercial. And to put that into perspective here, this is a shopping center I go to almost every day. I'm a fan of, not every day, but once or twice a week. I'm a fan of Chick-fil-A, so I know this shopping center. I go there a lot. I just did a quick, back of the napkin kind of sketch here and calculation, if you will. This is a 17-acre site. That's what I highlighted on Google Earth, and it has about 62,000 square feet of retail. That's what we have, 17 acres. We're losing 2/3 of it, but we're still getting the benefit of almost 62,000 square feet of commercial in the front. So the city, by rezoning this project, we are not losing commercial. By increasing the use of it, a 4-story hotel, highest and best use, we're still going to capture a lot of commercial space. Next, it's important to differentiate between warehouses and distribution centers. We all kind of use the term warehouse vaguely, but there's a lot of different types of warehouses. There's warehouses, there's manufacturing, there's distribution. The term is used very loosely. I think the thing that, even as a daily traveler to Paris, I get sometimes frustrated by the amount of trucks. The biggest driver of trucks in Paris is distribution centers. And what are distribution centers? Well, if you look at the bottom left of our screen, that's my office right there. Our office is about 8,000 square feet. It's that little tiny thing above the orange dot that's Harry's Cafe. That's our office, a little tiny building. You can probably fit literally about 200 of those inside the General Mills Distribution Center here. That's, I think, 1.6, 1.8 million square feet. This is a distribution center. And what are the hallmarks of a distribution center? Cross-docking, a lot of truck parking. If you look at, like, a detail in the picture, you can see how many truck parking stalls there are. At the very bottom right, you can see there's a little bit of black asphalt patch on that building. That's the employee parking spot. So you can see the employee parking to truck ratio. This is designed as a trucking hub. A lot of trucks in and a lot of trucks out. The majority of the trucks that you see on the streets are these big distribution centers. That's not what we're building. We're building a relatively small 270,000 square foot warehouse that has no cross docking. So again, here's our warehouse. It has, like I said, no cross docking. This is intended for a very low velocity of goods. To go back to this is intended for a high velocity of goods. So General Mills, what do? They bring in a pallet of Wheaties, on one side. That's why they have cross docking. There's in and there's out. They bring in a truck of Wheaties. They pull out one pallet, put on the truck to Target, one pallet on the truck to Walmart, one on the truck to Stater Brothers, Vaughn's, so forth. And then they want to get it out as quickly as possible. It's a very high velocity of goods to keep the trucks running. That generates the biggest truck traffic, in Paris. This is very high velocity of goods. A warehouse without cross docking like our building is intended for a much lower velocity of goods. So although we can't, promise exactly what the use is going to be, we can design the building with the intent of who we want to occupy it. And that's what this building is intended for. You can see we have, I don't want to speak, but I think we have 70, I can't zoom in right now, but we have like 72 truck stalls, and we have like 125 employee parking spots. Somebody can zoom in on the exact numbers. But we have more employee parking than truck parking. This is intended for a very low velocity of goods. And we intend to, this building will attract probably like a furniture company or something like that imports furniture, and then they do some light assembly here. When sometimes you order furniture online, it's a table, they bring it to you built. But those come into boxes, they need to build it somewhere. That is usually a higher skill and higher paying job, and that's what this smaller, slower warehouse will attract. And again, just using an analogy, the two restaurants we're building in the front, we can't promise you that those aren't going to be occupied by fast food users. One day, it could be Carl's Jr., it could be Wendy's, but we can't promise that. But what we do is we design the restaurant for a slower experience. So we put sit down, we put courtyard, there's no drive-through. So although there's no promise, the design is designed to attract a sit-down restaurant. There's no promise with this warehouse, but the design is intended to attract a slower user, less trucks on the road. Now I wanted to just move on to some of the specifics of the public outreach that my dad already touched on. In addition to multiple meetings with staff, multiple ad hoc meetings to get feedback from the Planning Commission, which I know Nathan already mentioned, but it's important to know we did proceed with Planning Commission approval. We've also spent many hours meeting with local residents to discuss this project. The broad consensus amongst all Paris residents and business owners we have met with is that this is a great project for the community and meets a current need for Paris. In total, we sent out 480 mailers going beyond our 300-foot radius, because directly to our west we have the mobile home park, and 300 foot only takes us about halfway through that. So we wanted to make sure all the mobile home residents were aware, just to avoid any future scrutiny. So we sent it to all mobile home residents. We invited them all to a public outreach meeting. We had 6 residents in attendance. All 6 unanimously supported the project. They're all actually very excited and surprised that this nice of a project is coming. At Camp Resorts of America, we did not have access to pass it out directly, but we went and met with the manager, posted them on the they have like a public board there, posted it for them. We tried doing as much outreach as we could to the Camp Resorts property. We have received over 50 support letters from both local business owners and residents. I don't know if Nathan mentioned that already, but those were brought up at the Planning Commission. A lot of the supporters came with us tonight. So those are the specifics of the public outreach. And then just to lastly go into some of the feedback that we received. These are the exhibits that Kenneth was mentioning that we updated at the last minute based on community feedback and concerns we received. So first, this is the west side of the project. So that yellow building would be the nearest mobile home to the west of us. And as you can see there, I wish I could zoom in, but I think you guys have that in your packet. We have quite a bit of space there, very heavy landscaping, multiple rows of trees. There's a wall there, so there's a lot of trees buffering the warehouse. And this will only be employee vehicular parking on this side, so no trucks will be permitted on this side of the warehouse. On the other side, where we do have the Camper Resorts of America property, what we did was this wall that you could see that the truck is backed up into, that zoomed in on the bottom level, that wall was originally at the property line, which, by code, we are allowed to do, put that at property line. Only along the front or areas that you can view from public, like right away from the street, we're required to slope it. We added this even on areas not viewable from public. So now even from the Camper Resorts property, we're gonna have heavy landscaping along this wall, and you'll only see 8 feet of that wall, 6 feet of it are gonna be buried and heavily landscaped along there, along the Camper Resorts property. So the trucks will be fully screened from the Camper Resorts property as well. That concludes my presentation. I just want to invite Ruben with River Ranch to come up real quickly. He's going to talk specifically about the restaurants. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City of Paris. My name is Ruben Bergen. I own probably seven, eight restaurants in Riverside and Bakersfield, and opening 2 more in LA. When Ramsey brought me the opportunity to say it open in Paris, I used to live in Paris too, and I used to drive out of Paris to go eat dinner. And my parents still own the property in Cojalco, and we always drive out of Cojalco or out of Paris to go have a good dinner, right? Or a good meal. And when they told me the opportunity, I'm like, man, it makes sense. There's nothing here. What can we bring to Paris? A good steakhouse, a good locate restaurant where people could come celebrate their birthdays or have a good dinner or bring out a date. And that's what I will bring to the city of Paris. Affordable pricing, a good ambiance, very nice and clean restaurant. That way we can attract people from other cities to come to Paris to eat at these restaurants. And that's my goal, and that's what I bring when I open restaurants. I have a lot of patience, a lot of passion for what I do. I care about my food, I care about my customers, so I think it's something good for the city of Paris, and I think you guys will be really pleased and happy to have this here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You guys are done? Madam Clerk, how many requests to speak do we have? Excuse me? All right, due to the timeline here, I'm gonna allow for 1.5 minutes per, there's 35 speakers, so we're gonna allow 1.5 minutes and a total time of 45 minutes on this. So I suggest if you're repeating the same thing that someone else is, pass it on to somebody else to speak as well.
Mayor, may I make a comment? I had the opportunity to review the Planning Commission meeting and review the comments at the Planning Commission meeting. So if you can, please bring up new points, but you're welcome to say anything you like. But I reviewed the Planning Commission meeting. I'm not sure if my colleagues have as well.
Yeah. Mr. Koo, can you keep me informed of the 45-minute timeline? Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead and start calling names up, and give at least 2 or 3 names so we can have them come up and be ready to come up when their name's next.
Chef Ismael Torres.
Mr. Mayor, before you allow public testimony, you'd have to open the public hearing.
Yes, I do. I haven't done that. I'm going to open up the public hearing at 8:28. Okay, go ahead.
If I may I have the full 3 minutes because I'm in opposition of this?
No, everybody's getting 1.5 minutes. I just explained that.
The amount of time that they spoke was excessive.
Okay,
so
sir,
I-
you have a minute and a half, and your time's going to start now.
It has to be fair. The amount of time that they spoke was excessive.
Okay, you got a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Chef Ismael Torres, and I'm a longtime resident of Paris. As a professional chef who has worked extensively with our community, I care deeply about the future of this city. Having been recognized for my culinary work, my commitment to local food and local ingredients, I know firsthand how important it is to maintain a thriving, sustainable community for residents and businesses alike. By taking a closer look by what's really being proposed, yes, 2 restaurants and a hotel sound like a positive addition to the surface, and who wouldn't want more dining options or a place for visitors to stay? But these small conveniences are used to sugarcoat a much larger industrial development that could forever change the character of our city. The real centerpiece of this project isn't the restaurants or the hotel. It's the 271,098 square foot industrial warehouse complex that will bring a flood of trucks and congestion to our streets. Paris already struggles with air quality issues. Diesel trucks in the massive industrial facility we're constantly running in and out of our city. The increase of emissions will put our residents, especially our children and our
All right, your time's up, sir. Thank you. Who's next?
Kevin Carter.
Sorry? Sir, your time's up. Can you repeat? Sir, your time is up. Okay, sir, you're taking up your other colleagues' times here. Can you call the next person? Who's the next person? That's enough. Your time is up. That's enough. That's enough. Your time's up. Your time is up. Can you call? You guys are wasting your time. It's a 45-minute time limit here. So if you're going to keep that up, you're taking up your own time. So you're wasting time. Who's up next, please?
Kevin Carter.
Who's next after that so they can be up in the front?
Amy Smith.
So Amy Smith, be ready to come up, please.
Jonathan Daly.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Kevin Carter. I'm with Local 364 Pipe Fitters and Plumbers. I support this project, and yes, votes today will show your support with us in Paris as a whole. This project allows hardworking men and women to advance their careers in earning middle wage classes and benefits. Most importantly, the developer has made a pledge to hire local and skilled construction workforce members to build their vision, ensuring a high-quality project and enshrining community basic economic needs by supporting the people all around. This project is great for our community. We strongly urge you to approve it with a yes vote today. Thank you.
Amy?
Hello, good evening. My name is Amy Smith, and I'm here representing.
No.
Set the time up right.
Didn't ask for 2 minutes.
1.5 minutes. Be consistent. Be consistent. I just pointed it out. They would have done it anyway. Be quiet. Who are you?
All right, we're going to keep outbursting. I'm going to have the sheriff remove people, so please calm down, everybody. You guys set it back to 1:50. I mean, 1.5 minutes, 1:30.
My name is Amy Smith.
Hold on, Amy.
Oh, sorry.
Hang on, let
Sorry.
me restart your time.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, go ahead.
My name is Amy Smith. I'm here representing CARE California, and we're here asking for your support and your yes votes today. We're expressing our pleasure and support of both the project and the developer. The commitments that have been made to the community and our residents have assured that the Paris community will benefit from this development. The attention, respect, and detail from the developer to the residents is noted and commended. And we assure that this build-out will benefit the residents not just now with labor, but in job creation in the future. The project and this developer should be used as a model for sound development plans, and other developers should look at these practices to guide them into the future. I see on a daily basis developers who choose to disregard the community and our labor, and that is notable that this developer is not doing this. Again, I ask for your support and your yes votes today.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Daly. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and proud member of LiUNA Labor's Union. We're here tonight in support of this project and this developer. The reason for that is not only for the community benefits, the economic growth, and the infrastructure improvements that this project brings. We also represent a lot of families. Projects like these give us the opportunity to provide food on our tables, a roof over our heads, most importantly, health care and pensions for retirement. So the bigger picture is, I think, the most important. This project is actually, I was here for the Planning Commission. Sounds absolutely incredible. I'm definitely going to be a regular at the steakhouse. And I'm excited to bring my wife and son and be able to have our family, when they fly in, stay at the hotel so we can remain within Paris. So with that, we ask for your support and to stand with us so we can get going and get to work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Jorge,
Madam Clerk. The cards do not indicate oppose or supports, correct? No. Okay, and I want to be fair to have equal amount of time for this 45 minutes. Can someone give me a name who's opposing this? Jillian Menez? Can you find her card? Do you understand what I just stated? I want to be fair back and forth. It's not fair if I call the 45-minute timeline and all we keep hearing is support, support, support. That's not being fair and transparent to the folks that don't support. Come on, Jillian.
Hang on.
Simply put, you're out of CEQA compliance. The South Coast AQMD sent in a comment letter for the draft EIR last year, urging the City of Paris and the project planners to address the cumulative impacts of this project, as this region, and specifically the PVCCSP, has been rezoned 12 times. This will be the 13th to support industrial. They urged to accommodate for that. The original PVCCSP was not accepted. The EIR was not accepted, and that baseline level for the toxic air pollution is much higher than originally was accepted. The response from the City of Paris for this, sorry, cutting myself down. The city said it's not the responsibility of the developer to look into that cumulative effect. That is out of CEQA compliance. That is not true to the law. I went through the EIR. There is no cumulative assessment done there, and as the assessment as it is done is says there are. You're opening yourself up to litigation. That's what I have to say. I'll send an email.
Thank you. All right, let's call one more opposing. That'll be equal right now. I think is it Eric? Is that your name, first name? Hyro? Well, that wasn't even close. I'm kidding. Did you fill out a card, sir?
Yeah, it's somewhere in there.
Okay.
All right, my name is Jairo Carvajal. I'm here with Paris Neighbors in Action. I am opposing this project. Thank you for Alabaster watching our story. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of cool. Developers really stalking us, but you got to do what you got to do. I understand your company. It looks like you take care of your employees. Don't get me wrong. I see you're doing good.
Sir, you're talking to us.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. But regardless, the warehouse isn't going to be your employees. It's going to be someone else's. And just going to repeat something from the last comments from the Planning Commission. One of your employees said, I had quit a warehouse job because I went with Alabastes, which is great, because he has better promotions, better moving up. I'm like, but you should have gave a better script last time to your people that came here, But we saw them reading their scripts too, which is fine. Everybody writes out their stuff, But this is dumb, and you're building right next to houses, and I could care less if you got paid or not. It's just ridiculous that people think it's okay to build a warehouse next to multiple homes and not consider the trailer park residents. We went with Rab the other day, but it's not cool, dog, But I hope you guys do the good thing, because you're up for a re-election, and you're up for re-election. You vote no, you're going to look good. You vote yes, you're going to look bad, and I'll make sure everybody knows. So have fun.
All right, let's try to get a supporter here.
I can't.
Just call the next name, and I'll ask.
Jorge Barreda,
Are you supporting? Come on up, sir.
Efren Garcia,
That's good for now.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jorge Barreda. I'm a resident here in Paris. I'm also a union carpenter with the Western States Carpenters. Currently, I go out of town for work, and there's not many developers that hire local workers. So I'm having to go out of town. But a project like this will bring a great opportunity. Not reading out the script. A great opportunity for everybody, for me included, for my brothers and sisters behind me standing up. I vote yes for this project. Like I said, bring opportunity. And also, I'll go back on the fucking thing, but I just vote yes.
Thank you.
That's my thing.
My name is Efren Garcia. Good evening, City Council. I've been living in Paris for 20 years, and I'm a union carpenter also. My work is, I work in Dana Point, and it's hard for me to find work residential because there's hardly any work out here for us. So I would like you guys to support us and vote yes.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to the opposing. Your name is Alex, right, sir, with the glasses? So come on up. Did you fill out a card, Alex? Yes. And we need one more. What's your name, ma'am? You filled out a card? Okay. Go ahead, Alex. Well, wait till the timer's set. Okay.
go ahead.
Good evening, members of the council. I will go fast here, and I will not be able to cover everything that you deserve to be considering. Your constituents, living in hundreds of households, your constituents in communities with hundreds of households in them deserve genuine, unequivocal consideration and measured protection. You must not ignore the reality that hundreds of people are made vulnerable and have their quality of life worsened when we just rubber stamp things that go right in their backyards and when we do not perform real due diligence. Although I had what I thought was a productive and hopefully eye-opening meeting with Councilmember Rabb inside of Camper Resorts of America just the other day, I admit that I am here to make sure that no one is going to make such quick work tonight out of conveniently ignoring the rights and health concerns of a very dense neighborhood that is also being systematically neglected by its current ownership. Last time, it was the same exact routine here. It was effectively a filibuster, the whole routine of the families who can't possibly live without the wonders of warehouse construction, specifically and only warehouse. That facade is a waste of honest people's time. It's a waste of our time. It's strategic. There are children, from babies, from newborns to pensioners in that park. 250 households in Camper Resorts of America. I'm not getting time to propose any of the things I could say. Access to DAWs, we use that every day. Access to DAWs. Don't just wall us off like this. You're ghettoizing us. You're cutting off my ability to make any remark. It's being turned into a slum. The ownership did not inform us.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Alex, that's enough time, sir. Thank you. Alex, if you want to stay in this room, please be quiet. Go ahead, ma'am. Well, go ahead.
My name is Guadalupe Lara. I am a private resident. You mentioned 16 speakers spoke for the project. All those speakers only praised Alabasi as a person because he employs them. If he paid my rent for 10 years, I'd come up here and tell you everything he wanted me to say. Some of his supporters don't live here and are willing to come and speak on his behalf to add yet another warehouse to where they don't even reside. Would they want that in their neighborhoods? I'm sure they wouldn't. Alabasi mentioned he offers high-paying jobs, but will the warehouse he plans to offer have high-paying jobs? Alabasi does everything in Paris, might as well live here, yet he doesn't. I wonder why. You said social media groups encouraging outside people to come and speak against this project, all while you are doing the exact same thing. You don't live here, so what's the difference? Please think of the speakers who support this project and think they are praising the project, or are they praising the one that's going to pay them to build it? Let that sink in. One of the men said he didn't want to bring a needed retail space. Really? So another box? Okay, that makes sense. We don't care if it's Wheaties, we don't want it, we don't want the hotel, we don't want a restaurant when they come with a smaller warehouse. Two of you up there should count your days as elected officials because we Paris residents, we see you. You mentioned you will only build a warehouse if you have a business to fill it with. Do you have someone?
Thank you.
Joshua Nagar.
Oppose or support, sir? I support. Okay.
Robeem Rodriguez. Hang on. And
Hold on.
Robeem Jr.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Joshua Nagar. I live off of Nuevo for about 10-plus years now. Before that, in Nuevo. Employ people that live in Paris, member of the business community, Chamber of Commerce, member of the Legion, VFW, various boards around here, and I've been here a while. I love the idea of a hotel to move in the right direction. That's a big tourism corridor. We have the SoCal Fair, as you know, and the event center, events like the 909 Night Market. We have the world-famous Derby Room, and of course, the lake there. Paris fun fact, you can see bald eagles on the other side of the lake in wintertime, so lighten it up a little around here. So I think a hotel is a great idea, and I think the steakhouses are great too. I live off the Nuevo exit, so I eat steak at Sizzler, and I want the people to know that's certified Angus beef, so we do have another steakhouse in Paris, California. And I wanted to point out that a lot of people wonder why you have warehouses with commercial, because if you do the math, if you didn't have a warehouse component subsidizing the commercial, the actual lease rates would probably be north of $9 per square foot. And that's not the market rates in Paris. So in order to have some of these amenities in Paris, California, you need to subsidize it in some way. So I applaud staff and the city council and the Alabasis for bringing forth a creative way to get us the amenities we need. So I hope the council will support this project, and I think the community is behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you supporting the project, sir? Okay, come on up.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to support the project because I think it's good for the community. And I want to say something like, like this man, he just said that Marijuana Alabasi, they just hire people just to build it and somebody else is going to work there. Let me tell you something. I've been working for 15 years with him. Construction, sometimes it gets slow when it rains. But when it rains, he takes me to the gas stations to work, making the same kind of money. Thank you.
That's Junior.
Hello, I'm happy for this project because my dad will be close by. He'll be working close, and I get to spend more time with him. Thanks to Alabasi, my dad makes good money, and I can go to a private school. Thank you. God bless everybody here.
Thank you. All right, let's try to get some more opposed. Can you guys give me a couple of names that's opposing? What's your name, ma'am? Nanette, did you fill out a card? No, I just got here. Okay, I got to call people to fill out cards first. Carla?
Good evening. My name is Carla Cervantes.
Hold on, Carla. We got to start the clock.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Carla Cervantes. Knowing that this project is less than 150 feet from sensitive receptors. It goes against the good neighbor policy that the city of Paris has said projects should be abiding by. People in the community right next to this area are the most vulnerable to the noise and pollution in this area. A warehouse in an area where there is nothing is one thing, but a warehouse that is surrounded by warehouses, we need to consider the cumulative effect of warehouses on your most vulnerable constituents. This developer also doesn't have a tenant yet and stated at the Planning Commission that they would not build until they had a tenant. There was also a letter sent in by the South Coast Air Quality Management District stating that this project has been rezoned 12 times. This would be the 13th. The air pollution and quality is so poor now that they recommended an analysis on the cumulative effects this project will cause. And what did the city respond with? They said that it wasn't their responsibility, but it is your responsibility to protect constituents of the city. The people of Paris want and need more commercial. It is wrong to reduce that by over half for more warehouses, which we do not need. The city deserves better, and right now the pathway that this council, 3 out of 5, has been saying that people here can either work at a warehouse or build one, and it's not right. That buffer zone is unlawful, and the Planning Commission should have done a better job. I urge you to deny this project and send it back to the Planning Commission. I'm sure that LaUNA would do a great job building something other than a warehouse, and I urge them to do so. This isn't against anybody in the room. It isn't against developers, it's against warehouses as a whole. So we're really trying to fight for air quality for everybody in Riverside County, and I urge you guys to.
Thank you. Who else is here to speak that fill out a card that's opposing? Elizabeth Vallejo.
Okay, hello. There is a major difference between having warehouses in designated areas and recklessly rezoning spaces that were promised for commercial or residential development. This is not what the people of Paris envisioned for their community. There is a significant disconnect between what the city council thinks is best and what the people of Paris actually want. This is why I am calling for you guys to table for any further warehouse proposals until we fully understand what is at stake here. I know these proposals often come with promises, but we've seen time and time again that developers make empty assurances just to secure zoning for their warehouses. I propose that we organize a meeting with each city council member, Paris Neighbors in Action, myself, and other stakeholders so that we can have an open dialogue about the negative health and environmental impacts these warehouses are having on our residents. Rezoning commercial and residential land for more warehouses is a disservice to the community. It takes away opportunities for better restaurants, entertainment, educational spaces, white-collar businesses, and more. And these are things that could provide real value to our residents. I urge you all to do what you were elected to do, which is to listen to the people. The residents of Paris do not want more warehouses, and we're ready to explain why if we are given the opportunity. Thank you.
Did you fill out a card, sir? Anybody else opposing it that filled out a card? State your name, please. One more time in the microphone.
Victoria Camarena.
Victoria Camarena. Okay.
I urge you to vote against this project. It is directly next to homes. I understand the Camper Resorts of America is zoned as commercial, but many people that live there have lived there for years. That is their home, and this project would be impacting them as well as those living in the Park Place mobile homes. A 271,098 square foot warehouse does not belong near Paris residents' homes. In addition, the EIR for this project found that impacts related to air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and noise will be significant and unavoidable. Therefore, it is in the best interest of the city to put the health of Paris residents first. I'd like to note that the staff report made it seem like there were a lot of residents in attendance at the Planning Commission meeting in support of this project, but failed to mention that the residents in support are also employed by Alabasi. I understand he's well liked by his employees, but that does not negate the fact that this project is harmful to Paris residents, especially those living right next to the project site. Lastly, the Planning Commission seemed to approve the project because they appreciated that Alabasi found a tenant for one of the sit-down restaurants. Respectfully, this is not enough. This would have been appreciated for projects proposed years ago, but now, when the city is overwhelmed with industrial buildings, this is nothing. 2 sit-down restaurants and a hotel for Paris is not worth the lives you will be harming if you were to approve this project. I urge you to vote against this project.
All right, one more opposed. Did you fill out a card, sir? What's your name?
Hi, my name is Joaquin Castillejos. I am a organizer with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice and a resident of an impacted community in the Inland Empire. And I'm here in solidarity with Paris residents who are concerned about the impacts about this project. I think it's clear that the placement of this project is going to be harmful to the community members, to the residents who live at both sides of this project. There has been false claims that there has been outreach, and there are people here today who can confirm that they have not gotten any type of outreach, and they didn't even know this project was coming to the city council. If you look at data on the impacts of air quality in this area, on the Colin Viral screen, this area has a 98% in ozone pollution, 82 percentile in traffic, 91 percentile in cardiovascular disease. And when you see the amount of warehouses around this area, it makes sense. In a 3-mile radius, there's 153 existing warehouses that equal almost 61.3 million square feet. And altogether are 49,000 truck trips that come in every single day, equaling 67 daily diesel particulate matter, 1.7 million NOx or carbon dioxide, and 6,398 NOx.
Thank you, Joaquin. All right, who's the next card? We're going to go back to support.
Ralph Quiros,
Are you supporting, sir?
Samar,
Hello, everyone.
Eva Lopez,
Go ahead, Ralph.
My name is Ralph Quiros. I'm a heavy equipment mechanic for Alabasi. I am a resident of Paris and homeowner since 2009, May Ranch area. I am in favor of this project. The project, the restaurants, the hotel will make Ramon Expressway look nice. The city of Paris needs more projects like this one. We need restaurants, we need hotels to accommodate our families visiting, the tourists coming to Lake Paris. This project will bring more jobs to the city of Paris, to our children. I have worked as a union employee for Alabasi for over 3 years, making good money with Marwan. Like I said, this project will keep us employed for quite a bit. More jobs will be filled after the project is completed for local residents. What else? We need to make our city look nice. Ramon Expressway, this will be the nicest project on Ramon Expressway. Please approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're getting down to a few minutes now. So just go back, hold on, Samar, I'm going to go back and forth. Is anybody else that filled out a card that opposed? Okay, Nanette, I think you're next.
Mr. Mayor, you've got about 16 minutes.
Okay. Come on, Nanette.
Hello. I'm in opposition of this being built, all because, for one thing, it's a rezone. And I remember from coming to previous meetings here that our current mayor always says he is very much against rezoning land. So I ask that he put his words in action and not make any excuses for the developer to have a chance to build a warehouse on land that is not meant to be industrial. The air flight plan is not in red, so it's a perfect spot to have all commercial built there. Putting a warehouse by homes and taking away land that is meant for more appealing things to be built there is not doing a good job by the residents. It's time to put the community first and not those warehouse developments. There is no such thing as a caring developer because His number one priority is getting his warehouse built. The developer knows better than to buy land that isn't zoned for warehouses. There is only one reason why he did it, and it's because it's cheaper for him to buy land that isn't zoned industrial. He cannot take advantage of the community. He cannot afford to have our elected officials give him whatever he wants over what's best for our residents. It's time to put the residents' well-being first. Thank you.
Thank you. Mar.
Good evening. My name is Summer, and I work for Alabaster Construction. As Mr. Marwan mentioned, I've been working there for 7 years. And as they mentioned, it's not about just sleeping in the area. I've been working here, I shop here, I do all my services here. Unfortunately, when I have business associates that I have to book a hotel for them or take them to a nice lunch, unfortunately, there's no place to go except I have to drive all the way to Riverside to take them to at least a nice place to sit down or book them a room. Or with my son and my husband that I want to see them half an hour because I work 10 hours a day. For lunch, unfortunately, I have to go to Carl's Jr. or somewhere, Jack in the Box, to have lunch with my son and my husband. So I strongly support this project, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Just state your name when you come up.
Jonathan Belloso. Greetings, City Council. Mr. Mayor. At the end of the day, let me provide a different tone when it comes to opposition of this warehouse. I understand that this man here takes care of his employees. I respect that. I understand that the people of the union want to work and get a good pay. But at the end, I ask you, have you visited the site? Have you driven by there lately? Does a steakhouse even make sense there? What resources are we allocating? At the end of the day, I ask and implore you to revisit the drawing board. Take a look at the current land you have. Where are we investing our money? Where are we investing our time? I'll believe this guy pays his employees well. Let's keep him around, sure. Let's build something. I agree, we should build something. But another warehouse, a rezone, make it make sense. You go ahead, have your warehouses where you already have it promised. Let's ignore the empty ones that we have there sitting. But let's go ahead and focus that this city deserves more than being called a warehouse city. You want to talk about economics, development, and business? It doesn't take an MBA to realize that we should be investing. How about the city buy the land we have with our reserves and go ahead and lease it out and bring new ideas for income? How about we do a lot more to revitalize downtown and go ahead and bring other.
Thank you, Jonathan. Can you go back to the slips, please?
Hi, my name's Eva Lopez.
You can pull the mic down.
Okay,
Are you supporting or opposing?
I'm supporting.
Okay.
I'm Eva Lopez. I work for Alabasi. I work at the Chevron in Paris. More importantly, I'm a 22-year resident in Paris. I live right off of Dale Street, and I lived there for 8 years. For 14 years before that, I lived in Triple Crown community. And when I first heard about this project, I was excited. I was like, finally, somewhere nice to eat, somewhere I could take my kids when they graduate, when they have birthdays, somewhere classy. And also the place the site, I've visited that site for 22 years, and there has been nothing there. I think it's time that we build something there, something nice. And I think that's what's gonna get it kicking. It's gonna be fun, it's gonna be exciting. I'm honestly just excited for this project and in full support. And let's do it. I think it's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim, and I'm going to mess this up, DeRorick.
You in support or opposed?
Good evening. My name is Kim DeRoja, and I'm in support of this project. It's an honor to be standing here before you guys. to reflect on the 26-year incredible years that I've had with Alabaster. In 2006, 2007, Alabaster was presented with an opportunity to build in the city of Paris, in which we are positioned at the city's entrance off the freeway. And our goal was just to establish business, but to create an inviting experience, to welcome residents home, and to offer visitors a reason to enjoy their time here. A key part of our mission has always been to create jobs for the local community, allowing people to work close to home. We believe in providing opportunities that enable people to take care of their families while enjoying time with their families. This commitment to supporting the community's well-being has been one of our core values. Watching these businesses flourish has been one of the greatest rewards of my career, and due in success of large part to the dedication of our teams and the trust of our customers, our clients, our employees, and as well as the residents of Paris. As we look ahead, we remain committed to the values that we have guided us this far: trust, quality, and a strong connection to the community. We understand the real success comes not from just expanding our business, but from enriching the places where we live. Thank you for being a part of this journey. We look forward to many more years.
Thank you, Kim. Is there anybody else opposed to this project? Did you fill out a card?
Is it?
All right. Although not many
Can
residents
you,
are...
hold on, state your name, please.
Yesenia Contreras? Okay.
Yeah, please start the time. Okay.
Although not many residents are able to show up in person, the vast majority of residents are not for this project. When Paris Matters posted about this project several weeks back, dozens of comments were against it, and a couple of them received well over 100 likes. There are significant impacts, environmental impacts, we can see very clearly, such as the greenhouse gas emissions and noise pollution. Residents of Paris deserve better, especially those within 200 feet of this project. Mayor Vargas and Rita Rogers, people see you for who and what you are, and I want you to know that. Mayor Vargas, you've received $7,500 in campaign donations from Alabaster, and I want to call you out on that because I think people deserve to know. Anyway, I would be very careful on how you vote for this project, if not for the health of the residents, which should be your main priority, but for how people perceive you and the upcoming election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Destiny DeHaro.
Are you in support, Destiny, or oppose?
Hi, my name is Destiny DeHaro. I lived in Paris for 19 years, and I believe this project would be a good idea. I worked for...
Hold on. Let's start. Go ahead.
Do I restart? No? Oh, okay. I work for the county. I believe getting all these new places will be very beneficial to a lot of us. Not having a lot of towns for dinner would save a lot of time and gas. This project would be a good idea, and I approve this project.
Thank you. Anybody else on the opposing side? Okay, call the next card.
It looks like there's two names on this sheet. Adami Zeos, Ashley Cruz.
Okay, what are you guys doing here? You're speaking separately, or are you going to share 1.5 minutes? Okay, then one of you move to the side. First one, state your name.
Hi, my name's Adami Leos, and I live in Paris, and I work at the lake, and we do get a lot of people that come out of state to visit or stay for the lake for a few days, and having a hotel would be very beneficial to us all. And a lot of people who do visit or stay for a while always ask for a nice sit-down restaurant, and I always recommend places out of town because we really don't have any nice, classy restaurants in Paris. And I hope this project gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashley Cruz. I'm a local resident of Paris, California. I've lived here for 17 years and currently a senior at Orange Vista High School. I just wanted to say I approve of this project because I believe it would be very beneficial to the city of Paris. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valeria Mojica.
Good evening. My name is Valeria Mojica and I'm a local resident. I'm a junior in high school and I believe this project is a good idea because it will bring good opportunities for me, like being able to get a job and an area where I can have dinner with my family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else opposing? No. Any other person new that wants to talk that opposes? Okay, next card.
Araceli Alvarez.
Good evening. My name is Araceli Alvarez, and I am a Paris resident for about 20 years now. Yes. I am the people of Paris, and I do work for Alabasi as well. I've been working for Alabasi for about 7 years. I believe this project is a very good project for our community. This will bring plenty of job opportunities, the same opportunities that I believe Alabasi has offered for me and my family. The hotel will bring will clear out, I want to say, a lot of Airbnbs that we have in our community. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I live in the Villages of Avalon area, and I've seen a lot of Airbnbs, which to me are not just the best for me having kids next door, people that I don't know that are renting this house for just a few days, coming to these events. Down the street, we're gonna build a hotel where we're gonna prevent that. Also, the sit-in dining, that's going to bring a lot of opportunities for my kids. One thing I want.
Thank you, Araceli. Your time's up.
Mr. Mayor, about 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Libby Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Libby, and I approve of this project. I lived in Paris for 18 years, and before we didn't have any events. It was just a fair. Now we're having events where it's circus, it's gonna have a festival sometime this month, I seen, and there's nowhere they could stay if someone's traveling. So the hotel will be awesome because if you're traveling and you wanna come far and see festivals or circus and bring your kids, you could live in the hotel. And there's also somewhere you could end up eating, like the steakhouse or a Mediterranean. The Paris Fairgrounds is having a lot of events, like the lake is always open during the summer, and people are always traveling. I work at the Chevron on Ramona, and I always get customers telling me, I'm traveling, is there anywhere, I could stay? I'm coming from boats. I have boats, and I want to get there early, but I want to stay there. But there's really nowhere unless you're traveling to Riverside, Corona, or Menifee. And it's just, honestly, it's just a better because Lake Paris is getting big. A lot of people travel from LA, from San Diego. So you just want to have somewhere nice to where you could sit down, enjoy, and get to experience Paris more. Paris is becoming big, and a lot of people are noticing Paris. So I think it's an awesome thing for everyone. It's better. Everyone's saying it's the commute.
Thank you, Livy. All right, last call. This will be our last speaker.
Alyssa Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Garcia, and I've had the pleasure of calling Paris home for the past 18 years. Throughout this time, I've come deeply appreciative of the warmth and camaraderie of our community. It's not just a place on the map, but a vibrant tapestry of people, stories, and shared experiences. I started working for Alabasi at their station off Ramona Expressway since August of 2018, and have worked my way up to management within those 6 years, and it has truly kept me happy and comfortable. I would like to say that I approve this project. Oh, sorry, I'm nervous. Because I feel like it is very beneficial to not only the people that live in the city of Paris, but to the people visiting the city of Paris. It is beneficial to people who want to come to visit and have a place to stay comfortably, whether it's for business or for personal use. So please approve this message. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, staff, you were done with your presentation, right? Good to hear. Any rebuttals?
Correct. You have to, excuse me, public hearing procedures require us to allow the applicant to provide any rebuttals if he would like to.
Does the applicant want to rebut to anything? Other comments?
Then I'll allow Ramsey to say a couple of comments, and I'll make it quick.
Yeah, we just want to address some of the comments that were mentioned. I made some notes here. First off, in regards to the 12 revisions, I believe it was said to the zoning or something like that. Just to clarify, that's 12 amendments to the Paris Valley specific plan. That's not to our project. There's never been any, rezoning by us or any developer prior to us to our specific project. In regards to air quality, there's just 3 fires going on right now. I was watching the news on it earlier. There's one in Azusa, there's one in Trabolco Canyon by Irvine, and there's one in Highland. And it seems like all the smoke is in Paris. The air quality is not a problem of, the warehouses here. I'm sure they do contribute mildly. But go to Irvine right now. The fire's less than, 2-3 miles from Irvine. They have nice, clean air, and we get the pollution and smog here. In regards to the retail, just, being a hook of this project, just to be perfectly clear, 50% of this project economically, financially, everything is the commercial. This is not an industrial project with lipstick on it or anything like that. This is 50-50 in terms of dollar value, economic value, everything like that. And the city's not investing any of its funds. We are investing funds. I heard the city's, investing resources. We are actually paying quite a bit of fees, TUMF, DIF, interchange assessment. That we're going to be paying a lot of different things like that. Lastly, on Camper Resorts of America, I think is an important distinction there. I know there's people that live there, and I respect that. That's I'm sure they call it home, but it is not intended to be permanent housing, and the city should really look at that as transitional housing. I respect these are people's homes. I don't mean to put anybody down or anything like that. But, when it's not classified as a home, it's considered as a hotel. I'm not an attorney. Somebody could verify this. Don't take my legal advice.
Alex, you're being disruptive, and I'm going to have you removed from the room. If you want to keep hearing him, you got to be quiet.
But, the tenant rights are limited there. It's more like a hotel. But based on my research, they would have a 30-day eviction notice without cause. They can be evicted with any 30-day notice. So this is a hotel. So ultimately, I heard all the programs the city's doing with housing and things like that. It should be, this should be transitional. This shouldn't be the ultimate housing. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you, Ramsey. I have just few points to clear. I know some of the opposition mentioned that we write the scripts and people, I handwrite everything. I don't write for nobody. And most of the people, some of the people that spoke, and they said they will work for me, those I do know. But there was some Carpenter Garcia, another Garcia. I don't know who they are. So some of the people, a lot of the people here that didn't even get a chance to speak, I don't even know them. The gentleman that lives at the campground, he mentioned that the wall, we thought the wall is an addition. If it's deemed not necessary, we will not build that wall. If the city and the tenants, the wall and doors I'm talking about, if there is a need for access, driveway, steps to make the residents happy, I'll be very happy to meet with them, with staff. Our goal is to be good neighbors, regardless if it's houses or the campground. So I make a point with staff and with council. If it's something, anything we could do to make it comfortable for those residents, regardless if they're 20 years or 20 days, we respect them and we want to accommodate them. So I'm here to work with them. The rezone, Ramsey touched base on it. And again, I go back to the empty promises. I take exception to that because we did not make any empty promises. Every promise we made, we commit to it and we stand behind it. And that's what the statements you heard from people that know us. And I heard these residents, because they're employed with us, I believe they have every right to speak. And they came here on their own time. They're not on the clock. We don't pay them. We don't write the script. They elected to come when they saw the notices. I remember there was a council hearing a few months ago on the moratorium, which I listened to the whole, the presentation, and I believe the outcome was that rezoning will be considered on a case-by-case basis. And I'm really glad to hear that, not just because my project qualifies, because that's what you want to see. And as I mentioned earlier, I have 1 or 2 projects coming that will have rezone, not necessarily to industrial, it's the other way around, to commercial. So projects should be considered based on their merit. Somebody said, have you visited the site? I own the site. I visited, and I end up getting calls from Kenneth or code enforcement almost every couple of months because of homeless, because of trash, because of weed abatement, which we're doing tomorrow morning. So make sure, Kenneth, they don't send me another violation. So we spend a lot of time cleaning trash and calling the police to move the homeless. So we try to do something nice there, like some of the supporters said. So we promise you to give you a nice project for the city. There was another lady, Destiny, I don't even know who she is, the lady that works for the lake. The lady Ashley that works for the county, she said, Domini. These people, I don't know them. We did not invite them. They do not work for me. And there's a lot of people that I see here that feel they're in support. So these are residents. And even if they work for Alabasi, they are residents, and I think their voice should be heard. Thank you. That concludes my rebuttal. If there's any question for me, I'll be happy to answer it.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:09. We're closing at 9:19. Council, any comments, questions? You're in the queue. Councilwoman Rogers, or Mayor Pro Tem Rogers?
Yes. A couple questions for Nathan Perez. I'm sorry, Nathan, but we didn't get these public comment letters until this evening. So I do have some questions on some of these for you. One was the letter from the Advocates for the Environment. And in it, you said that the applicant has prepared responses, but the letter's addressed to the city and to you. Has the city prepared a response to this letter?
Yes, there was comments prepared in response to that letter.
From the city?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that included in this packet?
It should be, yes.
I just didn't see any city letterhead. That's why I didn't know who was responding or. So where it says response to the comments, that was set from the city?
That's correct.
I just wanted to make sure we had addressed those comments. And then it was indicated that there were no environmental concerns that have not already been addressed in the EIR. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then there was another letter about a light on Ramon Expressway. And has that been addressed?
Yes, actually, we prepared our response to comments, and I think the city engineer might have more information.
Okay. Because I see there's a light coming in on Dawes and Redlands, but I don't see a light on Ramon Expressway going into where the hotel driveway was.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rogers. That is correct. The applicant is actually proposing a restricted access. That means a right in, right out only to accommodate access to his development, to the commercial site or retail site along Ramon Expressway.
So the cars traveling east on the Ramon Expressway would have no access unless they went up and made a U-turn, is that correct?
So that is correct. If they're going westbound, they can make a left turn into the site. For eastbound travel, correct, they can make a right in and for ingress.
So if they're traveling east, they'd have to make a U-turn and come back, correct?
If they're traveling east, actually, they can make a right into the site, to the side.
Westbound is a U-turn.
Okay, westbound. Okay.
Correct.
So then my question would be for the applicant.
Hold on, I closed the public hearing, or I have to reopen it, right?
You'd have to reopen it, yes.
All right, never mind then. Okay, thank you, Nathan.
Anybody else? Yes. Councilman Corona?
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to have questions for the applicant with response to some of the things that came up. But I don't think right now. Just a question for Nathan right now. I'll get there. The Camper Resorts is zoned commercial. That is commercial.
That's correct.
Okay, but there are people who live there. Like they're not staying there. It's not extended stays. Are they staying there for a couple days or weeks or? Do you know?
I really don't know, to be honest with you.
Are people staying there for years? Like, did they live there?
We started a research into the site, and we don't have all the data about how long people have lived there, but we were informed, and we're just starting the research to figure out.
Okay. And do people receive mail there? Like, is that their address? Do they reside there?
I don't know how the camper resort organizes the mail, but we know based on our record, they're supposed to be an RV resort, not a residential long-term living.
Right, but I
site.
mean, you know, with the situation, I know that place has been there years. I mean, ever since I can remember, and I grew up in the city. But, you know, but we could say that people probably live there, right? Is that accurate to say?
We could assume that we drove around the site as part of our research. So
If I may, Councilman Corona, we don't have any confirmation that this is a permanent living facility. This is a recreational RV resort. We don't have access to any records of how long anyone there has been residing, so we don't know unless we get information from the RV property owner.
Okay, all right. Now, do we have a letter of support? Did the city receive a letter of support from the camper RVs, from the RV park?
There was a couple of them, yes.
No, I'm talking about from the owners of the facility.
No.
We didn't read, so no letter of support, so we're not sure if they support it or not. The property owners of the RV park.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. How tall will the warehouse be? Do we have a number on that?
I think I have a,
46?
yeah, let me take a quick look here.
46 and a half? Okay.
Hold on, I don't know if he's gonna look.
Yeah, 46.
46 and a half, okay. So with the wall, now I'm thinking about the side of the Park Place, which is a mobile home park. You know, there's already a wall right there, I think about 6 feet, 8 feet. And then, so will another wall be constructed?
Yes, because they need to increase the height of the existing wall from 6 to 8.
So will this be a new wall, or will it be just on top of the other one, or tear down the old wall and put it up?
So, the applicant's proposing to construct a wall that's taller than what's there.
How tall is that?
8 feet.
8 feet tall,
Yeah.
okay. And then the structure is gonna be behind that, and that's gonna be 46 feet tall.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Now, another question, I think this is kind of important, that nobody really brought it, well, I think I kind of heard it a couple times, but is the project right now in the airport accidental potential zone? Was that, because I kind of heard maybe might be affected, is it?
Yeah, so I think I have an exhibit. So currently it's Zone D, which has no, or development restrictions on there.
Okay.
It's less restrictive.
So commercial would be no problem?
That's correct.
Residential even, if it was rezoned for that?
That's correct. There's
Okay.
no residential restrictions.
Even a school would be okay, like potentially? I mean, I'm not saying that's the best place for it, but that would be like because it's zone D, right? I mean, it's not perfect, right? It's not completely out of the way, but that
that's
would be.
correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right. With the commercial building number 2, I saw that was gonna be built later on. That doesn't coincide, so they could build one, and then how long would it take to get building 2 built? What would be the timeline on that?
I think that would be more of a applicant question that we could ask them.
Okay, I wonder if we could open up a public comment on that one. I think most of the questions are for the applicant as well, too.
Do you have any more questions for Kenneth before I open up the hearing?
I don't think I do at this time, no. Going through my questions, I don't think
All
I
right,
do.
do you have questions for the applicant?
Yes, I do.
All right, then I'm gonna reopen the public hearing at 9:27. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Alabasi. Question I have, with the commercial building on the restaurant number 2, that's not gonna be built at the same time if this were to be built? Do you have a timeline on that? Is that,
It could be built the same time. We look forward to build all the 3 pads. We invested this money, we've been going through this, we want to build all of it.
Okay.
So the 2 restaurants and the hotel will go. We're just making a commitment because the warehouse doesn't want to wait on us to build all of them. We committed to the city to get 1 occupancy before the warehouse is open or released. But
Okay.
if we build 2 or 3, I don't think the city would mind.
No, I don't think anybody would mind if you build commercial regardless, whether, you know, I
Yeah,
mean, we would, I can't speak for everybody, but I'm sure people would be supportive if you actually built a commercial regardless, and,
We
you know.
already signed the agreement with the hotel. I'll be happy to share
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
paid the fees. We're already under design.
Okay.
So we intend to build it. Hotels take a bit longer if you're familiar with them.
Now, I did hear when I believe your son stated that there's no guarantee that it won't be a fast food, but you're not going to design it that way.
No,
In the past, we've dealt with another development. I think you kind of mentioned it earlier, where we kind of felt a little I felt a little bamboozled, where, you know, they said they're going to build one thing, and then all of a sudden, later on, after their project got approved, they built something else. So, what's to stop you from making sure that this is going to be a fast food or not a fast food restaurant?
You could restrict me, you could condition it, because what he's using as an example,
Right.
maybe was misunderstood, that we did everything possible to make it cannot be fast food.
It
We
cannot, yeah.
There's no place for a drive-through, but if you feel comfortable, you could put condition that it cannot be, because I have no intentions of building, with all respect to Carl's Jr. and In-N-Out, we are not building fast food. We are committed to build 2 sit-down restaurants. You could condition that, you could put in writing, and I'll sign it.
Okay, and this will forever stay a sit-down restaurant? Is that
Forever stay, as long
Okay.
as the condition is applicable.
okay? Kind of get. So, are you gonna keep on being the property owner of this entire property after everything's built? Are you gonna?
I've been in business for 35 years. I've only sold once. I don't like to sell.
Okay.
I don't intend to sell. I own a lot, over 10, maybe 12 properties in Paris. It's a 2nd generation is here, 3rd generation is coming, so I'm leaving it for the kids.
Okay, so you are the current owner of the property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just to clarify though, when you bought the property, it was zoned for commercial, correct?
Yes, sir, I do
Okay.
know. It's not an escrow. We close escrow on it. And yes, some of the speakers talked about, well, if you know, why do you buy it? We deal with this all the time with all the cities. Zone changes are done for a purpose. We didn't buy it because it's cheaper. And right now, industrial is not as hot as it used to be, by the way, a couple of years ago. So you're not going to see many warehouse applications coming in. But yes, we did know, and we bought it with commercial zoning.
Okay, and you're gonna be leasing out the warehouse then, or do you already have a tenant?
The warehouse, we do not have a tenant.
Okay.
We had a tenant, but like I said, the market is cooling down. So I don't want to build it because I think you would be opposed to that, like you see a lot of them with for lease. I will not build it. I don't have the financial resources like some of these big developers come. I am not going to build it and put a sign on it for lease. I will wait till I get the tenant. The condition we putting on us with agreement with the city, that we don't want to build a warehouse and ignore the commercial like other developers do. We are, the warehouse, if it doesn't get built from the opposition I'm seeing, I don't think anybody's feelings are going to get hurt. So the warehouse, we're not rushing to build it. We will make sure we have the right tenant before we come to you for approval to build it.
Okay, now you did say that you're the signatory for building the warehouse. It's gonna be a labor union. You're gonna use labor union for that?
Yes, and thanks to the labor
Okay.
and carpenter, I am signatory with both of them. There will be, I signed with them for the warehouse for their protection. I had a conversation with them. Because when I build the restaurants and hotel, I'm building it with my construction company, Alabaster Construction. So I'm signatory with them. I did not sign with them for that because we were automatically with them. But the warehouse, just in case, I do not, because I'm not promising I'm gonna build it tomorrow. I made a commitment that once I build it, whoever builds it is gonna use the unions. That's a
Labor unions.
commitment
Okay,
I've made.
All right, and that also goes for the hotel as well?
The hotel, I'm building it, and it's going to be a signatory with the union. We already made that commitment.
Okay, now the people who are gonna be occupying the warehouse, they're also gonna be union labor as well?
I do not know if I will not mislead with that because we don't know who the tenant is. I do not really know. I'm not a warehouse builder. I
Right.
noticed one of the ladies talk says labor union. I don't know if they have a union, but I imagine they do. But no, I cannot speak for that at this moment.
Okay, but you can't condition them to, whoever leases it, you can't condition them to be, use union labor?
I do not know how that works, so I will
Okay.
not make that
All
commitment.
right, and okay, so you can't make that commitment, but does the labor union that you're working with, do they understand that the people who are occupying it after they build it won't be, there's a good chance that they won't be union labor?
Yes, the union, the way it works, I have my construction company, Alabaster, we are union. But my gas station, the operators, because when I build a gas station, I'm building one in Cajalca right now. we build it with union workers. Once it's built, we're not required to use the union forces to operate it.
Yeah.
You're not required to do that.
But you're able to condition them to do that, right? Whoever the tenant is. I mean, you like if you know you're leasing it out to them, you could tell them like, hey, whoever occupies this needs to be union labor.
Unions have certain trades. Like I
Right.
had a conversation with a union
Okay.
today, like a drywall,
Yeah.
a lath, go under labor. I don't know if there is a warehouse worker under union. I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, I think there is, but
I don't know
okay.
if there's, I've seen in the news, hotels that have union. We're gonna operate the hotel, so if there's a union, we definitely gonna join. I've never operated a hotel. I don't know much about it, except I went to the orientation, but I intend to join if there's a union for hotels.
Okay, and you also stated that you're not a warehouse builder. You know, I know you built roads and bridges for the city as well as other places too. Why are you starting to get in the warehouse business now? Is there a reason for that?
I actually done a lot of infrastructure for the warehouses that you see in Paris, but I don't do the vertical portion.
Okay, yeah, for the
we do
infrastructure, yeah. I mean, you know,
Infrastructure we do.
and I'm gonna tell you right now, you do a fabulous job with bridges and our roads, and if Alabasi is building it, it gets done right. I can tell you that.
I'm an
But-
entrepreneur.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah. Well, no, and I totally respect that. But I'm just wondering about why are you kind of differentiating into the warehouse market? I get it, but it just doesn't make sense. I mean, you're so successful with what you do. It just seems like it's kind of like the developers that kind of come here and they try to get in the warehouse market because it's a place that's willing to do it. I guess.
Yeah, this is my first warehouse and might be
right.
my last. But we're entrepreneurs. I've never built a hotel.
Yeah.
When I went for the orientation, I met many people that own 100 hotel, 200 hotels, and I said, yes. I used to own Popeye's Chicken. I had 6 of them. I sold them. We're entrepreneurs. We change things. We have 7 gas stations. We're building 5 more.
Right.
But
Okay.
things are getting rough for gas stations. So now we're getting in the hotel business. We're getting in the self-storage. We're building one. We're getting in sit-down restaurant business. So you know what? We see where's opportunities, not just to make money, but to enhance communities, because we don't just go build something where it doesn't belong. So we try to do our research and build it where it belongs and hopefully enhance the community and work with the community.
Right. Okay. So I want to get to that point. You were talking about like what belongs there, and I totally get it. On the south side of there's a large warehouse right there. Now I wasn't on the part of the approving that one because it's so close to the homes. But there is a warehouse there, so it does make sense that you want to put a warehouse. But there's also residential. That's your project's going to be sandwiched by residential. I mean, it's sandwiched by one residential. The other one, people do live there. So why not? I know you have experience with housing. Why is housing not a better fit for that location?
I am a commercial developer. And you asked earlier, I was going to answer you. You asked if we reached out to the owner. Some of the community leaders actually reached out to me. They said, can you go talk to the owner of this Campground of America? Let's see if we could develop some commercial project there. I did reach out. I think the lady lives in Oregon, the owner. We reached out. She does not want to sell. She does not want to improve. And like I said to planning commissioners, you paid me $1 million to build a wall in the front of the Ramona Expressway to cover that area.
Yeah, we did.
So that area is zoned commercial. That is a good spot for commercial. If I could get my hand on it, you cannot put a warehouse there because it's in Redlands and Ramona. So hopefully, ultimately, that'll be a commercial project. And to the south, as you mentioned, there's a warehouse. To the west is a mobile home park, and we are doing everything to protect them. That's the only pocket of housing, unfortunately, west of Redlands that I could think of. So there is a pocket of housing there. What we did also, working with engineering and with staff, we restricted the access of Dawes. So when a truck is leaving the warehouse on Dawes, they could only go left. They cannot go right. We created a driveway that you cannot make a right turn. So trucks cannot go by these houses. So the trucks could only go to Redlands, and that's why we proposed that signal, which is not required. I know Mrs. Rogers asked a question. The signal on Redlands and Dawes is not required. Habib convinced me to do it as a community benefit, and I thought it was a good idea, and I'm doing it just to benefit the community. The signal on Ramona, or the light you refer to it, it is not required. A lot of developers would love to have it if they have a center that requires it. Mine is a hotel, 107 rooms, and a steakhouse, not in and out where you have traffic in and out. So we really don't need a signal. As an engineer myself, and I hope John would agree with me, too many signals is not good. But I know there's a developer across the street who's trying to put a signal, and we moved our driveway to accommodate him based on staff's recommendation. I did not want to move. It cost me money to move it, but I did it because it makes sense. Brad was available from engineering, and he said he wants it centered between Redlands and the driveway to Starbucks. So we only work with staff and with engineering for that, but I am not interested. My center does not require a signal. Right in, right out is plenty good for us.
Right, okay. So going back to my question, why not put housing there? Instead of I don't think this many people would be here for a warehouse, or for residential. If it wasn't for a warehouse, we wouldn't have this many people here. So why not just build housing there?
It's easier said than done, because I'm
Right.
sure if we ask for a zone change from commercial, because commercial is a higher desired zone, to residential, I'm sure there'll be some opposition, the same thing. We do our research. When you want to build a house, when you want to build an apartment, you want to look what's next to it. If you put in a house, if you build in a new house and you try to market it, nowadays houses are going, even in Paris, in the 700, 800,000 range. If you put them in that area of Paris, not that I mind that area and I respect the people that live there, but it's an area that's going to have warehouses all around you. You want to put houses east of Redland, houses east of Redland, you want to put them in Ethanok, that's where the houses belong. So to try to add a new pocket of houses, is it doable? It would have been zone change again. Same process, but it's a zone change from commercial. Did we entertain it? Yes, we did some studies on it, cost, and it didn't pencil out for us.
Multifamily housing?
We tried apartment, we tried multi, and again, not to mislead anything about the A-Lock. To go through A-Lock, which I'm sure you're familiar with it, we did not go through A-Lock for multifamily or houses. I just want to make it clear. You only go with them when you determine what project you want. We went to A-Lock for a warehouse and hotel. It was okay for hotels. So I imagine, I don't know, but I imagine it's good for a school or houses or apartments, but we did not intend it with plan, because A-Lock want to see a plan, and we didn't have one.
So for Mr. Fung, do you foresee ALEC having a problem with putting multifamily housing there?
No, because it's Zone D. There's
It's
no
zoned out
restriction.
Okay. So we could probably say that could have worked out, right?
It probably could have, but it doesn't
It just
pencil
doesn't
out for
pencil
me.
out for,
You know, as a private developer, I'm sorry, you, the councilman with the city, you look at things differently. And when we looked at it, and we even talked to some neighbors, I mean, there's a tire shop, which I change my tires. We have an account with them. We do a lot of business with them. It's hard to live next to that tire shop, put a house. I mean, I know you live in the nice area in Ethanok. Again, not to take anything away from that community, but to put houses next to the tire shop, next to Del Taco, next to the warehouse, it's tough. So we thought of a best use, and again, we met with staff numerous times of different ideas, moved around. Not to say they recommended a warehouse, because that's my choice. We thought putting a warehouse in the back, and like Mr. Nagar said, if I did not have the warehouse, and I know that's hard to believe for some people, you'll have a square foot nowadays. Property tax at 1.25% is insane. Your rent will be at $9 square foot, and you cannot bring tenants to Paris. We have to be realistic.
Yeah, but I mean, I keep hearing that, and maybe I need to sit down with Mr. Nagar and other people too. But it seems like other cities are able to do it, and Paris is one of the few cities that somehow we have to tie our projects, our development to warehouses. Now I'm not talking about you because I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's great that you're bringing the commercial, the hotel is something that I think we really want. What we need as well is housing. I think that's all the questions I had. Oh, now for clarification, you say that you live in Riverside, right?
That's correct.
You do a lot of business here. You got your family here, and I think that's fantastic. But you said you had plans to move to Paris?
No, somebody else said he should. No, I would love to move to Paris, but I think it's too late in my age now to start.
No, I think we'll make room
Love Paris.
for you. I think we'll make room for you to bring your family, have your grandkids go to these schools, and
Honored to
drive
live in
our
Paris,
streets
my
and
friend.
stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's all my questions I have right now. I'll save my comments for afterwards. Thank you.
Now that the public comment's open, you had a question for the applicant?
He just spoke about that.
Okay.
Can I address
All right.
one? Can I address one comment, Mr. Mayor? I just want to answer part of the answer to Mr. Corona. We put heavy landscape on the west side. There is an existing wall. I will be happy to work with staff if that makes more sense and make council happier. I'll be happy to remove that wall and put the new wall in its place, 8 foot. I'll be happy to build a new wall. But what we did, we built in our wall on the inside, so there's plenty of room for landscape. What we did, and talking to the community leader and staff, we put heavy landscape inside the wall, mature trees. If you look at the cross section, maybe Ramsey, you could show it. We have so much trees, so if you are in the mobile home park and you look, you're gonna see a lot of the trees. You're gonna see the old wall. You're not really gonna see the new wall because the old wall is covering it. But I'll be happy to rebuild the old wall and put a new one, 8 foot high.
All right, Councilwoman Alba?
Thank you. I just have one quick question for Mr. Alabazi. Thank you so much and good evening. My question is for the industrial component, will there be any climate control, any air conditioning for that unit?
You know what, that's a good question. Ryan, our private consultant, Ryan, do you have an answer for that? You saying, is it going to be air conditioned?
Yes, is there climate control, whether it's air conditioning or heating?
I could not answer that. Maybe if our
Of
consultant
course.
can, I'll let him answer it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ryan Birdsey Planning Group. We prepared the EIR for the project. Yes, there would be HVAC units on the rooftop of the warehouse, shrouded and behind parapets. So the noise, if you're alluding to the potential noise issues, those wouldn't transfer off the property. Those would be reduced to baseline levels at basically the edge of the warehouse building. Yeah.
Thank you. No, I was alluding for the warehouse workers for the industrial component. Will they be with AC or heater? I don't know if
Would
I'm
there
making.
be inside the building? Would they
Correct.
be cooled or heated?
Exactly.
Is that climate controlled inside the building?
I don't have the answer for that.
No,
I don't
no
know. That shows
worries.
you how ignorant I am with warehouses.
No, you're
There
good.
is I think there is new heat injury illness prevention laws, because we actually just dealt with it recently, that you have to maintain temperature below a certain degree. So I think they would have to have that now for like new laws for worker safety.
Okay, heating and cooling.
I would imagine it would have to be, but again, I'm a bit ignorant in that. I apologize.
No, no worries.
I just
It's-
can't imagine it without air conditioning.
Well, you'd be surprised. Most of these warehouses do not have any type of climate control. So I know you're new to industrial buildings and whatnot, but they do not, and that is of concern, right? I can't imagine you work even in an office not having any climate control, and better yet, folks who are working around, cherry picking and doing all the labor, that they don't have that. So that is something that.
Ramsey alluded earlier, and I have a friend of mine who did a presentation. He's a Caltrans director, and he made a presentation about Skechers in Moreno Valley. He said only one employee inside it. So a lot of these warehouses that cross docking, like Ramsey alluded to, maybe they don't. We foresee our project, and you could see from the parking, by the way, that's where Ramsey used the fast food analysis. You could see from the parking, we're going to have a lot of employees. This is more going to be for manufacturing, putting furniture together. I cannot see that without air conditioning.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if that suffices, if that answers my question.
I don't know if planning know better answer than I do if the warehouses they built now have air conditioning and heating.
Kenneth, are you able to answer the question of how, as to the existing warehousing or industrial buildings in our city, do they have climate control?
I can speculate, but I'm not sure if I will feel comfortable answering that question.
All right, hold on now. Well, everybody stop talking. City manager, is there an answer to this question or not? It's a yes or no.
It depends on the tenant. So some may not. We don't know how many of the
Well,
buildings.
I can probably, as a layperson here, say it's not a requirement to have air conditioning. I know heating is essential because you cannot sell a home or a car without heating. Air conditioning is a pleasure. If that's the word I want to use, but you know what I'm saying?
Option.
It's an option. So, but we're gonna have to document that one we gotta get back to them.
Yeah.
On AC.
Mhm.
I did
And
do
you're
some-
referring to the workers in the warehouse, not the office.
Yeah.
I did do
the
some
entire
quick
building.
research now, because there has been just a recent change in law, so I think the new buildings have to comply with it. There is restrictions to 82 degrees, so I think you have to cool down to 82 degrees, which is,
Okay.
So there you have it. There's a new law that you must cool it to 82 degrees.
Okay, because we have developers who claim that it's too expensive to cool something like that. So is it on record that
If it's a new
that
law,
you're going to be the pioneer of that, or?
a new law, I must comply to 82,
Alrighty.
and he just read
Okay.
it, so
Thank
yes.
you. It's on record. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? Councilman Corona, did you have additional questions?
No, just comments. I'll say them afterwards.
Councilman Rab? All right, well, let's do the comments. You may sit down, Mr. Elblasi.
Thank you.
Councilman Corona?
I'll go first.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Close it. All right, let's close the public hearing at 9:48. No, we just closed the public. We already went through the speaking part.
Because the public hearing was reopened, it would make sense for you to provide them with an opportunity to speak.
All right, let's go, we're gonna have to, we can't go beyond 10 o'clock, so we gotta wrap this up. So let's hear for a couple of speakers. I'm gonna go on both sides. So who wants it on the opposing side? Sir? You still have cards from the other side? Okay. What's that? We still have 2 cards from the, yeah. All right, let's do a minute and a half, please.
Thank you again. Council, Mayor, my time ready? Thank you. So I am a new developer, addressing everyone here, mainly you guys, and I do not have the capital income to do such large projects like this as of yet. I'm going to start humbly with 26 units of residential, where it's going to be low income, because there's a need. Guess what? I'm not rezoning anything. I went where there's a need. I collaborated with people who know what they're doing, who it's not their first rodeo, and we have everything measured, everything approved, ready to go. Guess what? With community support. This does not look like community support. This looks like it's pretty one-sided to me. Council, please, I'm asking you. The people are watching. Why are we not focusing on more pressing things? Why are we not focusing and investing on the city itself instead of just the industrial sector? It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Other cities are doing it. Why is Paris a warehouse city? You're telling me that this is what you think Paris is all about? That you're putting a handicap on this city? That just tells me you have no vision for the city you were elected to serve. So please, just do better. And yes, resident.
Thank you. All right, who wants to go next? Are you opposing or? Come on up. Go ahead, sir.
Firstly, I just wanted to apologize for my outburst earlier. That is not a reflection of my character or who I am as a professional and as a father and as a husband as well. Secondly, I love the idea that we are building restaurants. I've ran multiple multi-million-dollar restaurants. I've ran hotels. I've ran multiple industries in hospitality. My whole thing is that I would much rather prefer, and I would not be here if he were to actually build a hotel, build more restaurants, and not have the warehouse in our community. The reason being is because, again, I'm looking after my son and the air quality, my kids as well, right? Both of them. And the air quality, the traffic, the amount of cars that pass by through Ramona Expressway, we don't need to flood it even more than from what it already is at the moment. On top of that, the roads are going to get even more messed up. The way I don't know what the solutions are with the amount of trucks that are going to go through there, but that's my other main concern. But other than that, like if he were to actually want to build more restaurants, I'd be more happy to help him out with creating more menus or whatever it is that he needs. But at the end of the day, we can't have any more warehouses in this beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you supporting, sir? Come on up. We'll hear 2 supporters, and then we're going to continue on with our comments. State your name, please.
Patrick Knatzer. Some of you may know me from Paris Valley Airport, Paris Valley Skydiving. Community member for going on 50 years, and I'm a supporter of Mr. Alabassi's project because we are, probably some of you think, well, this is kind of crazy. You see me up here because I'm typically not a supporter of a project that includes a warehouse. But in this case, with the hotel, which is a dire need for this community, we send hundreds of people all the time, year-round, to our neighboring communities to find lodging. A couple of diverse restaurants and a hotel and a small, in the big picture, very small warehouse. I'm all about it. And I look forward to another hotel, of course, not necessarily any more warehouses, but, you know, Josh said it quite eloquently earlier that, you know, everything's got a pencil in this world. I'm a small businessman, family business in this community, like I say, for almost 50 years. And it's got a pencil at the end of the day. It's got to work. And it's very hard, especially for a small business like ourselves. So do what you can. I'm, like I say, I'm not necessarily a fan of the warehouses, but I'm a fan of Paris, and I'm a fan of the things that we direly need. That's restaurants and hotels. Thank you.
Thank you. And last one here for supporting.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Kudos to you. Hard night, hard night. I apologize for the disrespect going on today. I come from a different era. I was taught to respect my elders, people in professional positions, because we put you there. We put you there and we trust you. And we're in a hard place today. And all I kept hearing was, we want benefits for the community, for the community. Mr. Alabassi has brought that. He's brought the community behind him. And I don't see many private developers. I've been in this union for 34 years, and I don't see private developers digging in their pockets $1 million to donate things that were requested by the community, things that aren't even needed, but looking out ahead in the future for this community. So I'm really confused, and we're way out of lane. We're not here for all this. Staff has already gone through that. The letters that came, there was nothing found to go back on. We are here as a community to support this project, and it may not fit all, but it will fit a lot of people. All these jobs, all these opportunities are for our community. Please don't let this chance go. This man has been here and said he's not leaving. So please support his project, our project.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing at 9:55. Continue on with the comments. Mr. Corona.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I sent a picture to Everett earlier, and I'm wondering if it's possible for him to bring that up. If not, it's, it's okay. I'll just kind of carry on.
I think he's
Looks
doing
like he's
it.
able to. Okay. So I did go to the community there at a Park Place on Saturday, and excuse the picture. I mean, obviously with all the fires raging and stuff like that, it's not the clearest thing, but you could kind of see the outline of the mountains and the trees and the outline. Now keep in mind, at the mobile home park, when you walk out the door, you're about 3 feet up in the air, maybe 2.5 feet, 3 feet. So you're already kind of higher up, right? Now for years, for the majority of the people, they've been there for years. And their view has been trees, has been mountains. In the wintertime, the mountains are covered with snow. So if you could imagine a 46-foot wall behind this initial wall, is going to be taking up that view. Now, I know the saying goes, you're never guaranteed a view, right? I mean, if you have a view of Central Park, well, a taller builder and with a taller building, and a developer could just build it right in front of you, and there's not much you could do. But it's just a shame that they're going to lose this beautiful view. I would be very, very upset to lose a view like that. So I'll just carry on with my comments. Feel free to switch it off to something else, Everett. So I did have the opportunity on Saturday. I was walking door to door, knocking on doors, talking to the residents. And I talked to exactly 25 people because I know I took 30 copies and I was left with 5 in my car. So I was just kind of walking, talking to them about other issues too. And I can tell you, a lot of the residents that I talked to, they were in support of this. They were happy. There were jobs and hotel and exciting. One person was actually okay with the warehouse, but he didn't want the hotel because he was afraid of what kind of people it was going to attract. But the majority of people, they weren't in support of that, especially the people that have that east facing view. They were really upset. And for me, I think we all have our own homes. If we got our view taken away, if I got my beautiful view taken away, I would be very, very upset. So I want to thank all the speakers, with regardless of your views, and for the people that even took the time to write a letter. I did read your letters, so I want thank you for sending that out. I also want to thank Mr. Alabasi. When I did talk to the residents there, the vast majority said that they're aware of the project, that they received a letter. So I want to thank you, because not all developers are that take the time to make sure that the residents get that. I do want to thank Mr. Alabasi for his continued work in the city of Paris. You have spent great efforts in helping to build and invest in Paris, and the Paris communities and taxpayers have also rewarded you with making successful buildings, and also with the several contracts that you have done with the city, which you've done a very good job. You do have several employees and that came out and spoke, and it's very clear to everybody here, even the people who oppose this, that their employees, all the employees seem to respect you and they seem to love you. And you with your business, you're able to bring your whole family and have your family nearby, and I think for that reason, a lot of people envy you. And I wish I could be in a place where I could just have my family near me all the time too. So you really do live the true American story, and I definitely look forward to seeing what more you have to do. With respect to some of your work, you've done bridges, and you've built gas stations and roads and so many other projects. I know now you're kind of getting into the housing market, by building other locations, and but you've never done a warehouse, and I'm just kind of concerned for a couple things, right? I'm kind of concerned that there might be issues with it, that might not be built to the quality that the residents and those people are working. I'm pretty sure you'll do a great job, but I also am concerned that it's going to be so successful for you and your family that you're going to want to keep building again and again and again and again. It's like some of these other developers. They just come and they get another property where they know it's not zoned for it. They know it's a bad idea, but they still build it because we are a city that keeps that keeps allowing it. And the biggest take we get on it is, well, we can't build this project unless the warehouse is approved. Okay, time and time again, we keep hearing the same thing. And when I see some of the other development, like the In-N-Out, we got In-N-Out, not tied to a warehouse, right? Burlington and Ross, that whole development there, not tied to a warehouse. Walmart Supercenter was built years ago, but that wasn't tied to a warehouse. And a possible Bullseye large box place that may or may not be coming, that's not tied to a warehouse either. But it seems like somehow in the city of Paris, all the projects, especially in the north side or other places, somehow they got to get tied to a warehouse. So I'm kind of concerned about what happens when we keep just allowing this to happen, because for the last few years, that it's kind of been a trend that we've been allowing this to happen. Also, it's not in an airport zone, right? So that could be zoned for other things. And I would love to see some kind of housing component in there. Keep the hotel and the commercial. If not, make it all housing. I mean, it's sandwiched in between housing. And with the RV park, that's considered it's not considered housing. I fully understand that, but at the same time, people have lived there for years, right? So if that was considered housing, your project wouldn't even meet the with the good neighbor policies that we have for a city. That has to be 300 feet away from housing. And I think the question we have to ask ourselves, is that considered housing? And I would argue if people live there, if they have an address there, if they live there for years, it is considered housing. It's not a homeless encampment. I mean, it's people that they have there, and you can blame the owner or, the RV park maybe, but they set up their trailers there and they're living there. So I do encourage you to look for other things. I know you could come up with something else. I've supported every single one of your projects before this. Unfortunately, I don't think that fits with the neighboring properties in terms of the mobile home park. But with all your other projects, I've always supported. And if you brought a housing component in there, I can't tell you right now if I'll support it, but I've supported all your other projects, and I'm sure you'll see less pushback from the community as well too. But I think that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay. I want to thank all of the speakers that have come out tonight, those that have opposed the project, those that have supported the project. It's an opportunity for you to give input to the council. And we have to make difficult decisions and we have to balance certain factors. This project has been vetted by our planning commission and they voted for us to, they recommended that we approve this project. I know Mr. Alabassi has had numerous ad hoc meetings with the planning commission to go through before their procedure, and now they've recommended that we approve this project. Paris has needed a hotel for a long, long time. We also haven't had a fine dining restaurant since Carol Fernandez closed the Old Oak Steakhouse here in Paris. So people have been looking for a nice restaurant to come and sit down. There's a possibility for another fine dining restaurant. As far as the warehouse, Mr. Alabassi has committed that the warehouse will be built, of Superior built, and will have air conditioning to improve the conditions of some of the working conditions that some of our warehouse workers have to experience in this awful heat wave we've just experienced. I've known Mr. Alabassi for many, many years. This is my 25th year on the council. I've seen his projects throughout the city. He's a family man with family values, and he's building a legacy, as he said tonight, not just for his children, but his grandchildren. And I know that his word has always been good in the years that I've known him. So I know whatever he builds in the city will be a superior project. And those of you who are opposed against warehouses, please know that of our general fund budget, 17% of that money comes from the warehouses in our city. And we have to make the hard budget decisions as anyone would with any business. And if you can give me a reason, excuse me, if you can give me a reason or give me a substitution as to where we would find 17% of our budget from another source, I'd be very happy to have your input. Other than that, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rab?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank everyone who came out and dedicated time to speak on this very important and pressing issue. I'd just like to remind everyone that we're all human beings and that we all extend a level of respect to each other. I did not respect the level of just harmful comments to either the applicant, other people who've taken time out of their schedule to come and comment, and my colleagues on the council. I believe that we can all agree to disagree on certain issues. I think it's poisoning the ability to move forward with constructive policy that benefits all Americans. This is a very difficult decision. I've had an opportunity to meet with both the applicant, Mr. Alabassi. I met with him on Labor Day weekend, and also some of the people from Paris Neighbors in Action just this past Sunday, right after the storm. So I weighed both considerations, and I found that Mr. Alabassi was pretty upfront. He's always been a go-getter. He's always been straightforward with his projects, always delivered the projects on time, is in terms of the commercial component of this project, is giving a superior project in terms of bringing the hotel and the two restaurants. Even if one was happened to be a fast food restaurant, I'm going to object to that moving forward. But when I went to Camper Resorts this past Sunday, I had an opportunity to walk through the resorts, talk to some of the residents in the resorts. It seems like many of them did not receive notice. I don't put that on the applicant. I think there's a disconnect between the owner of the resorts filtering that information down to the residents. But one thing I did notice, I saw the line in which the fence separating the project to Camper Resorts would be, and I think it was too close to the actual Camper Resorts. And I also had an opportunity to speak to many of the residents there, and they are residents, they aren't transitory people. I believe one person indicated they had lived there 7 years, another person had been there 1 year. There were multiple people that had been there a few years. So there are people that have been there multiple years. I saw sheds with various items around, items that people lived there. People had built carports for their cars. So these people obviously live here. I understand it is a commercial use, but given the current situation of the market, many people cannot afford the rent. I understand that the new Charlie apartments are renting at least $2,000 for a studio. So there is a pressing need for housing in the city of Paris. I believe Councilman Corona made very good points, and these are points I discussed with Mr. Alabassi. I didn't have a lot of questions because I went out and talked to both the applicant and people in the camper resorts to get the answers to be fully prepared for this meeting. I do believe that there is a need for housing. I do believe that warehousing is not all bad, depending on where it goes. And I agree with Councilwoman Rogers that it is a substantial portion of our budget. And just to demonize a particular component of our budget just loses people's credibility in the argument. However, I do think that this particular rezone is not a good fit for that area. And the fact that, one, Councilman Corona made a good point, the view of the residents in the mobile home park would be obstructed. And I thank him for sharing that photo. I think if it was obstructed with the 3-story apartment complex, that would be a different thing. And we've approved housing. We actually approved a housing component about a year ago on Ryder and Evans that was near housing, and we put up a berm to kind of mitigate the view of that area. So I do think that there is a need for housing. There could be storage in that area, which wouldn't necessitate a zone change. There could be a smaller business park where the elevation of the commercial building wouldn't be as tall as a 46-foot warehouse, which would be approximately 4 stories. And this is not 4 stories of, residential where there are different windows, different balconies, different things overlooking it. It's a solid wall for those people. And I don't fault the developer. There are certain decisions that need to be made. To say all warehousing and all rezones are bad, there are certain rezones that this council did that some of the areas fell into the ALOC zone where you could not build anything but a warehouse. There's certain rezones that happened more on the north end of the city that weren't cost effective for either commercial or residential. But at this time, I do not feel comfortable rezoning an area so close to residents, so close to the camper resort residents who will lose access points, so close to the mobile home park residents. It's not an indictment to Mr. Alabassi's company. I do believe that his employees really mean that he is a good employer. I do believe that he goes above and beyond in presenting his projects. And I do believe that he really does care for his family. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with setting up your children, your grandchildren, and future generations. But at the end of the day, as a city council person, I have to balance the city's resources along with the people, the residents. Now, I know we're in a district scheme or schematic since 2022, and those people, I do not represent those people. But I do believe that the voters as a whole entrust me to make decisions for all the residents in the city of Paris. And I thank everyone for coming out. I think there was a discussion on limiting the time. We did that so that we could hear from everyone and that we could make a decision at a timely manner. I watched the Planning Commission meeting, and a 6-hour and 50-minute meeting going to 1 a.m. was not conducive to hearing the voices of the people. So we had to squish things down. I apologize, but I wanted to hear from everyone, and I wanted to hear from everyone. So I cannot support the zone change I cannot support the zone change into industrial. If there was a zone change to residential, it would depend on the type of residential, the components of the residential, but I do think commercial to residential, I don't think there's much pushback to that, because we do have to realize that a lot of the commercial aspects that were put in the plan in 2012, and let's just be real, just because the general plan was put in place in 2012 does not mean we can move forward with does not bind us in 2024. One, we've seen an increase in online shopping, so it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be building commercial. I mean, look at Big Lots, that went bankrupt. Look at the old Mervyn's. It left Paris in 2000, but then it went bankrupt in 2008. So we had Kmart even before Kmart went bankrupt. So there has been changes, but I just do not feel comfortable putting a 271,000 square foot industrial building next to people who reside sandwiched in between 2 residential uses. So unfortunately, it pains me to not see the hotel. It most likely means the hotel and the restaurants will not be built, but the land is still zoned commercial. So the developer, if there is a way to pencil that, can move forward on that particular section. But I cannot support the rezoning into an industrial so close to people's homes.
Councilwoman Nava.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone in attendance and the speakers, those in opposition and in favor of the project. I know it's getting late, and I appreciate your patience and cooperation to keep this meeting moving forward. We want to be mindful of everyone's schedules, and I realize that a lot of us would rather be home resting at this time, and we have a busy day tomorrow to jump right back into. But with that to say, great thank you to our mayor for keeping us moving forward in this meeting. Like was mentioned, the Planning Commission went on really late, and I don't believe that's fair and just for public participation. So again, I appreciate your cooperation and making sure that voices are heard and we keep this meeting as productive as possible. Mr. Alabazi, as an entrepreneur, a business owner, I respect your vision and your growth. I understand that entrepreneurs are always seeking new opportunities, and hence why you're jumping into this new endeavor. You're growing and adding value to your company, which is something that is extremely commendable. Ramon Expressway is one of the most heavily traveled streets in the city of Paris, and that's something that I don't believe has been mentioned yet, and so it's a destination site as well. There's plenty of potential there. The proposed sit-down restaurants, the 2 proposed sit-down restaurants and the hotel are excellent. That's something that I love to hear. Our city growing and diversifying and economic development. The warehouse industrial component, however, is something that I am not in favor of. As far as the EIR goes, it concluded that the air quality, GHG emissions, and noise is something that has been identified as significant and unavoidable. So hence, this would read that the city council finds those effects acceptable, which is something that I do not agree with. I don't believe in jeopardizing the quality of life for our residents, our health, etc. And I believe our Paris residents deserve better than this. The fact that development is tied to an industrial component is something that I see time and time again, and truly it's disheartening. We've heard loud and clear how vocal our Paris residents have been to want to see more for their city, and I think it's out forth and upright that we need more. We still haven't reached our full potential, so I would be really hesitant to give up 12.6 acres to rezone for light industrial. I don't see our city being in the position to do so. And I just hope, Mr. Alabazi, that you, as pleasant as you are to work with, can hear our comments and revisit the plan, because as it stands, this is a project that I cannot support. And those are my comments for tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I've got the sense of direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I speak?
I'll have to reopen the hearing again. I got to hear what everybody has to say, so I'm going to open the hearing back at 10:15. Go ahead, Mr. Labasi.
Based on the comments I hear from Councilman Corona and Councilman Rapp and Councilor Nava, I really would like to continue this project so I could sit with staff and with the residents and see if there's anything that can be done to do some adjustments or modify some items. So if you could allow me to continue the project to a future hearing, that would be greatly appreciated.
So if the audience does not mind, have a seat, sir. I'm not going to close the hearing because I want to make my comment was going to be is to continue this. I need staff to go out to the, what's the park called? The Campers Resorts. I'm a little concerned about those flyers not getting out to those residents. And I was going to suggest that I was going to make the motion to allow the applicant to come back and talk with staff. And we don't have an ad hoc, but we do have an economic development committee. I believe that we can maybe vet some stuff out there.
Mayor, there is a planning commission ad hoc committee.
No, planning
but,
commission already approved this. We're not going to go
we
back to
don't.
planning. This is at the council level now. So I'm suggesting maybe they can vet it at the, or we just give him time to work and work with, he knows who he's got to be talking
Yeah.
to come up with
That's-
a plan.
They would have to work with planning department staff.
Okay. If everybody's good with that, I want to close this hearing, and I'm making that motion, and is there a second?
Well, can we discuss that?
Yes.
Okay, so, you know, I think based on the comments, I don't think anything that doesn't have a change of the industrial component. I think that's what it seems the opposition is. So I know we've done that in the past, and you know, I totally respect you for wanting to continue this. But in the past, we've had it where the applicant kind of sees where the conversation's going, and then they literally run up there, and then they try to continue it. And we've seen that in the past, but I think it needs to have a massive overhaul of the entire project. It can't just be, oh, I'm gonna move some trees here, or I'm gonna put some, you know, a fence there or whatever. It needs to be a complete change of the industrial component. Is that, I mean,
You want to speak on that, sir?
A lot of the comments I heard, did we get support from the property owner? We did not really get the opportunity to reach out except over the phone. I heard some conversation, which I don't think even Kenneth was able or Clara to confirm. Do we know? I know Mr. Rapp said that he talked to some. We tried, and they don't have an address. All we send it is to the community. I want to sit down with this community. I have not talked to anybody in that, and I do not claim I talked to anybody in the Mobile Home of America. We did talk to the neighbors on the houses, the mobile house. We did talk to them. So I cannot redesign it now or commit to what we're going to do, but I'd like to the opportunity to go back to the drawing board, sit down with planning, and see what could be done. But I can't commit to what will be changed. Just to go overnight and say, can we build houses or apartments? Well, apartments will block the view, so I'm confused to which direction we're going to go. So I'd like the opportunity to continue it if that's possible.
Anybody else have comments? Excuse me? I have to allow it, guys. I opened up the public hearing, so we'll hear an opposition and a support.
Thank you. To quote,
Can you set the timer
Councilmember
for
Corona.
1.5 minutes, please?
Thank you. Just waiting on the time. I want to be fair to them as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Branching off what Councilmember Corona has just said, at the end of the day, it seems like the council has decided that the industrial component is what we should literally, be taking off the table. So at the end of the day, we should conclude those matters first before we're going to do any entire overhaul. So we should conclude something first before we revisit opening something else. They're more than welcome to revisit with future plans, whether it be that location, other locations. I welcome a restaurant. I welcome a hotel. I welcome other commercial ideas that benefit the city because parents need them. They really do. Thank you for proposing those things. But at the end of the day, that location is not in the best interest for Paris when it comes to those ideas. So how about we revisit that downtown? How about we revisit that, on the opposite side of where the dealerships are? Oh, wait, no, there's another warehouse proposal being put out there. So how about we literally go back to the drawing board and make sure if we're going to build something, it's cohesive towards what the citizens of Paris actually need. So, I welcome the idea of building something commercial. I'm all for it. That could bring revenue to the city. Councilmember Rogers, you mentioned that this is a huge portion of the city's budget, like income and revenue, but guess what? It's just warehouse money. Other cities are doing it.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, one person to support. I can't be from the applicant. I know you support yourself.
Juan Munoz, Carpenters Union. I think we could all agree that Mr. Alabasi deserves the respect that everybody's been given. And I think he deserves the opportunity to see what he comes back with. We shouldn't exclude one thing 100%. Let's give him the opportunity. He's proven that he comes back with good ideas. And I think we should give him that respect and give him some time. What's another month? If it's a no, then it's a no. But let's see what he comes up with. I don't think it should be a hard no and say hard don't do this and hard don't do that. He has good ideas. He's part of the community. He deserves the respect.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how much I could redesign in 5 minutes now. All I'm committing is to see, I'm the applicant, I'm the
He's the
applicant. I don't
applicant,
need
go ahead.
time. I'm the applicant. You spoke 3 times, you should not be allowed. So be grateful.
Hold on, guys. All right, come on. Let's quiet down, guys. We're trying to wrap this up.
I did listen when it came time for comment from Councilman Corona, Councilman Rogers, and Councilman Rab, and Councilman Nava. I'm sorry I spoke before you even had your comments. I saw the sense of urgency that you guys had looked at some items I have not looked at, even though I did hear multifamily, but then you show that beautiful picture of the land. So I want to see, is that doable or is that not doable? I think I'm asking for a continuance that will take us back and evaluate with staff, and we'll come back in front of you. If what you see next time you don't like, then it's your right to vote on it, which direction. But I want to salvage the hotel. I already signed the agreement, I already started the process. If we just blankly vote on no on it, or you're going to kill it for a year to come back, I don't think that's the right direction. That doesn't definitely, and we're going to lose the tenant in the restaurant. I think if we continue it, I don't know what's the continuous, but the next available council meeting, we'll work with staff on that. At least we don't lose the opportunity with the hotel. But if the vote is a no on it and I have to go to the drawing board, we're going to lose the hotel because we have to go through everything. What is the change? I can't promise on 5-minute deal right here.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at,
Mayor, if I may, could we also hear potentially 4 more speakers since we have allowed the applicant to speak? I'd love to hear more, and since they've taken the time to be here. I see
4
some
more,
eager hands.
which,
2
2 and 2?
opposing and 2 supporting, if we may.
the rest of the council agree? All right. 2 more opposing. And this is it, guys. We're going beyond our time now. We're supposed-
Okay, so the thing is, this developer has been contradicting himself quite a few, times with what he's saying. For one thing, with the, he doesn't even have anybody to go into the warehouse. So how is that going to help him to build the other things along with it if he doesn't even have a tenant in there anyways? And the other thing is, for a warehouse, he's pretty much saying he wants the warehouse no matter what. So I ask that you just do a vote right now. Vote yes or no on it completely, because he's actually saying he really wants the warehouse still. He wants to look into still having the warehouse. So he's pretty much made up his mind. So I suggest that you guys just do a vote on it right now to see yes or no. And the other thing is, when he brought up about the heating, actually the law states that he does not have to put heating or air conditioning in there. But if the temperature reaches 84, 85 degrees or higher within the warehouse while you're working, he does have to provide certain things to the worker to try to cool them down. So he doesn't have to provide any of those things in there for a warehouse. And the rezone is there for a reason, to protect us that work, that live there, that have own our homes there. That's why it's zoned that way. So it's there to protect us. So if you take it away and rezone it, then there's no protection for the people who live there. And if he's talking about not knowing who could be in there union-wise, UPS, their union workers do.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Annette. All right, 1 more opposed.
You said no housing because who would want to live next to a tire shop? So ask yourself, who would want to live next to a warehouse? You said prices in houses are going up even in Paris. So condescending to us. You're spitting on us. Alabasi has proven to be condescending time after time with his comments. Last time he said, you probably drove here in your Honda. Yes, I did drove here in my Honda. Thank you. Again, please listen to who is up here speaking. There's more in favor because they are his employees. If you base your vote on that, then you are doing us citizens wrong. If there's such a high need for a hotel, why not skip the warehouse and build a bigger hotel? Talk about respect. We talk about respect. Who respected me as I stood up here holding my child, not even resetting the time for me when I spoke the first time? It goes both ways. I heard a lady in the back calling the opposing sides idiots. She probably doesn't live here, I can guarantee you.
Thank you. All right, 2 for supporting.
Joshua Nagar in support. I think Marwan Alabasi, if he requests a continuance, should be given that deference and respect. A man that's been in this community decades and has done his time in every facet of this community. Additionally, I think it's improper if there's even a consideration to amend a project. It's sort of improper to expect someone to do it 10:30 at night in 5 minutes in the middle of this meeting. So if there's a way to salvage this project, it should take fresher eyes on a fresher day. I know half of us are falling asleep, passions are running high, and I would suggest that it's probably impractical and unfair to consider Mr. Alabasi scrawling on a napkin back there a new project for you in the next 3 to 5 minutes. So I think if Marwan Alabasi requests a night to sleep on it and to come back with a coherent proposal, I think he deserves that respect, and it would be nice to see the council consider that deference for him here tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, we're running late, right? Robert Ramos with the Ironworkers Local 416. I considered this project a win the way it's sat, right? But, you know, the applicant also is giving the respect to the people who are opposed. So I'm actually speaking in favor of Mr. Alabasi, giving him that time. It's not just $1 or $2 he's spending, and it's not about always the mighty dollar, but he's giving the courtesy to come up with a fresh new idea, right? So, and he's the one that suggested that. Give me a little time, and maybe he will come up with a better plan, right? So I'm in favor of what Mr. Alabasi's saying right here. Like I said, I thought the project as a whole, the first time was a win. You know, economic growth is a win for the city, right? Skilled and trained labor, local hire, that was all incorporated in this, right? But now he's actually stepping back and it's gonna draw up something new. Just give him the right amount of time, right? You're not gonna do it in 5 minutes. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. And closing the public hearing at 10:29.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Because meeting procedures require that after the public testimony portion of the public hearing that we reopened, the applicant is required to have a rebuttal if he so chooses.
Okay, I'm not going to close and let you have the final rebuttal.
Just a real quick rebuttal, and I think Councilwoman Nava and Councilman Rob and Councilman Corona, I think you guys all kind of supported the front third of the project. If you do vote no on the project, you are definitively saying no to the hotel and to the restaurants, and those will be killed. So when we say let's reevaluate it, let's see how we can salvage the 1/3 that everybody agrees on. It's the back 2/3 you disagree on. So let's go back to the drawing board. Like as my dad Marwan said, we don't know what that's going to look like exactly. Maybe it's, chopping the buildings to smaller buildings. Maybe it's shrinking it. Maybe it's more. I don't know. We don't know what it is, But if you say no and, the hotel will lose that contract, that's gone. That could go to Moreno Valley. Ruben, he's not going to wait another year till we tell him, hey, maybe we can submit an application. The restaurants are dead. So I think that's why in this particular instance, a continuation is appropriate because I think there is broad support for the 1/3 frontage of the project. So there is a salvageable aspect of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now close the hearing at 10:31. So we have a motion on the floor. There is a second. Did anybody want more deliberation here? Yes.
Is it
Not time certain, because it wouldn't be time certain. I'm not putting it time certain. The motion would be to allow the applicant to go back to his drawing board, if he will, make contact with the community. I want staff to look into the distribution of notices into the Campers Resorts of America, and then allow him, when he's done with that, then we can reset another hearing.
Okay. Given the fact that the applicant has mentioned the 1/3, it appears that everyone's in agreement to attempting to try to salvage the 1/3 of commercial. That may mean designating the back end residential. It may mean putting a storage facility. Given that, I can support a continuance. Respect for the developer, respect for the public, and everyone giving their input. I can support a continuance.
Okay. Any more comments?
I just got a comment on that. So you're not even more of a question, but, I think.
You can't ask the question.
I'm not going to ask questions. No. I'll ask it to our staff, if anything. Well, I guess the question's here. So is this, when the project comes back, could there still be an industrial component to it? Or is this we're saying no industrial at all, right? And then bring back something else? Because I do agree. I think everybody I don't want to speak for everybody, but what I'm hearing is that even from the opposition, that they want a hotel. They want the restaurants, right? And I totally understand that we can't have that without something else being built. But I don't think, for me, the industrial component is an option. So if we're gonna get something back, I'm all for a continuance. But if we're gonna get something back, and it needs to not include an industrial component. Now, if we're gonna bring back something that's gonna look a prettier industrial component, I'm gonna be kind of upset with that. So that's just my comments.
Thank you. All right, there's no. Yeah,
So
come on,
is
I'm
it-
gonna-
I have one more comment, if I may, Mayor. Thank you. So adding to that, this might be a legal question, but is there a provision we could set where if the applicant were to come back, can we cancel out the rezone to light industrial and have the applicant work on anything that it's currently zoned for? Is that some kind of parameters we could put so that we don't continue going around in circles?
I think in order to keep the record clear, the project is the project as presented.
Okay.
Okay, so if the council's pleasure is to, I guess, to continue the item, to allow the applicant to work with the staff and everything to kind of clarify whatever components you'd want it to clarify, that's something you could do. But if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking if we can get them to split the project in two, and I don't think that's possible given what's being presented to the council right now. Unless, of course, one path could be that the council denies the project or denies a rezone, for example, ultimately resulting in a denial of the project, and they resubmit a different project, essentially. Perhaps a 1/3 with a commercial component. So something like that is possible.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me just add one. I mean, he's heard the majority here on the council what they don't want, so I think he's got a good direction there what to come back with. But, Madam City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. To your point, yes, we would take direction as to what you would like to see come back as part of the continuation would be helpful. Thank you.
So do you want direction on that right now?
Well, I got a motion on the floor.
Okay, and
What do
your
you want-
motion is-
What do you want to add? My motion was simply for him to come back
And to
with
come back.
with something that's going to work after talking with the community and staff reaching out to that part to make sure they all are aware of what's going on.
So I guess to put a provision in there, that's saying that whatever comes back does not contain an industrial component.
Can't we say that? What'd you say? Oh, substitute
It would have to
motion?
be a substitute motion, right? So first we'd vote on the motion at hand on table, and then if that doesn't go through, then we would have to come back with a substitute, right?
Procedurally, there's a couple ways of going about it, but given that there's a motion on the floor, and my understanding is that Councilmember Corona is okay with the continuance, but with that provision, that proviso, if you will, then one way to accomplish that is that if the mayor, as the mover of the motion, agrees with that change, and the second, which is, I believe, it's Mayor Pro Tem Rogers, agrees to that change, then the motion is then considered motion to continue with that modification.
But light industrial could be a storage facility. It could be business, BPO. Not in a commercial.
For a business park, he would have to rezone it to BPO, or we can do light industrial and put some sort of restriction for a business park, 40,000 square feet or something. It could be a variation of things.
The business park component would have to be also rezoned to business park.
I get that. I didn't say it. He's allowed to do that.
But if the council would like to give us direction, staff would come back with the appropriate zoning at the time. If you provide land use direction of what your would like to make the motion with, the proper zoning would come back with the project. And that would require a revision to the environmental document.
I made my motion already. And the motion is to give him time to come back, talk to the community, and have staff do what I asked them to do, and then come back and present something that's gonna work. I
So-
can't guarantee what he's gonna come back with, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't have any provisions in there? In your motion?
The provision is to meet with the community.
Okay.
Staff to go to that park and make sure they get plenty of notice. And the applicant is gonna work and try to come up with a plan that's, he knows is gonna get through this council. That
Okay.
has already expressed their position already.
Yeah, I think under that, I'm just kind of concerned because, it's not the first time that somebody's ran up to the microphone and said, hey, I need more time because I know it's not going my way. And what's to stop the next applicant? So, I want something kind of concrete.
Well,
in
we
there.
all want some, but
Yeah.
I would love to have a hotel and some restaurants too.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, afford the man an opportunity to see if we can come back with a plan that's gonna work.
But can you say it's not going to be, like, whatever you come back with is not going to be a traditional warehouse? Or
I think Mr. Alabassi has also asked to give him a chance to see what pencils out, what he can propose to bring back. He said he wouldn't give any guarantee, but he would work with staff. He's heard 3 people do not want the industrial. So knowing Mr. Alabassi, I'm sure he's not going to come back with industrial.
Given the lateness of the night, I would call to question for the vote.
Yeah, I can't have you up, sir, because otherwise I gotta reopen it up already.
All right, let's call the vote.
So, you guys understood the motion? All right, so call the vote, please.
Rab, Rogers, Vargas, yes. Nava, Corona, no.
Okay, and just for clarification, this is time uncertain. He's got to work out what he's got to work out, meet with his community, and staff's got to do what they got to do, and then when he's prepared, he will reset another appointment. Okay, item 12 is business items. We have no business items. We're going to move to council communications 13. Let's make them short. Councilman Corona?
in light of time, I'm going to keep it short. Just want to say thank you to all the firefighters battling all the fires throughout our whole area. That's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Nava?
Thank you. I'd like to thank our Public Works Department for all they did for cleaning up the damages in our city due to the storm. And just want to advise the public to please be safe due to the wildfires. Our air quality is extremely poor, so please stay safe. That's all the comments for tonight.
Thank you, Brad.
I'd like to also thank Public Works for cleaning up after the storm. Many trees that came down, they're all appeared to have been removed from the streets. Really appreciate that. Just want to echo Councilwoman Nava's concerns. It's important that you stay hydrated, stay indoors if you can. And it's been, I believe, the Paris School Districts have both canceled schools for Paris Union and Paris Elementary School District, along with Romeland School District. Once again, thank everyone for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just want to report on a couple of things from WRCOG. Just this week, the executive committee approved the TUMP Nexus study. We approved the fee schedule going into implementation on April 1st of 2025. We're freezing both retail and service fees with no increases in those two areas. Last week, myself and the city engineer, John, met for the TUMP Central Zone. Some of the Paris projects that were approved were Getz Road, Paris Boulevard, Case Road, and Ethernet. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you. All right, it's been said, but just be patient with all the trees down. That's everywhere. The Public Works is doing the best they can. And thank you, everybody that came out for tonight's meetings, the speakers and patients and the people watching and what have you. And we will now go to item 14, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to announce that the Take a Hike event this Saturday is canceled due to the poor air quality hazards due to the fires, as well as all outdoor activities and activities that are being conducted that were planned by the city are canceled for the rest of this week until further notice. Thank you. That
Thank
concludes
you.
my report.
All right, thank you, everybody. We are adjourned, item 15 at 10:42. Thank you all for coming, watching on TV, and have a good night.